and I used to see him knocking about the building. I never really spoke to each other, you know, we just hadn't crossed paths, I suppose. And I was in the lift one day wearing a pair of obscure Adidas trainers that I'd bought in Italy when I took my mother to Rome for her 60th birthday. And it's not like nowadays where, you know, you get the same trainers all over the world because you buy it off the internet. Back then, different places, countries had different shoes, basically. So I'm stood in the lift, and the first thing he ever said to me was, "All right, put my hands up. Where the flipping heck did you get them shoes from?" And that's how we got chatting, and then he asked me what I did, and at that point I'd started doing some artwork for the Verve, or Verve as they were known then. I'd done the first few singles. And, you know, Oasis never heard of them. They were obviously had a record out, hadn't been signed, and he said, when my band gets signed, not if, when they get signed, I'd like you to do the artwork. And here we are.
The rest is history. And
so
then
you bonded over trainers, and I suppose being footy fans as well, trainers were very much part of that culture, trainers, music, footy.
Well, yeah, the thing is, because that's probably why he stood out to me, because this was the early 90s, very early 90s, and it's not like now where everybody and his wife wears Adidas. The sportswear thing had kind of died off in the 80s. It was more a grunge-based fashion, following bands like Nirvana from America at that time. So that's what I noticed about it. He was still wearing that 80s sort of hooligan chic, if you like. And, I was wearing the same sort of thing. So that's where the bond began, really. Yeah.
And how would you describe them? What are they like? You got really close to them, Noel and Liam?
Well, I thought you meant the trainers.
No, not the trainers.
The trainers are cool. I've just seen a picture of them.
We've had enough
Wes sent me a picture. Nice one, Wes. By the way, we've got to say hello to Maya. Maya is watching us as well. Maya.
Hey,
Hello,
Maya.
Maya.
Hi,
Hello,
Maya.
Maya's watching. Hello. Your dad's on his best behaviour.
What they like? How have they changed?
What, the band?
Yeah.
Much maligned by the press over the years, and do you know what? It reminds me back in the day when punk first came out, and the media would have you believe that punk was all about being aggressive and spitting at each other and being dead nasty, when it wasn't at all. It was a very creative, movement, very creative movement. And it's the same with Oasis. It's a lot of nonsense. They're lovely guys, super hard working. I can only speak of my time with them, which was the whole of the 90s, which was the busiest period, really. And, to do that much work and to be so prolific, you couldn't just be smashed all the time. Although there was a lot of parties. Just effortlessly talented.
Look at Noel's songwriting, and Liam, name me a better frontman.
Incredible, really, isn't
With
it?
the swagger.
And Roses, and that kind of tipped him over the edge. But I know that Hammer story. Yeah.
He said that in an interview recently, didn't he, about the Stone Roses? That he basically said, I heard the Stone Roses, and that was it.
That's what I
that was it.
He saw Ian Brown and thought, that's what I want to do.
Yeah.
And lots of lads did, but Liam did it in a. It's incredible.
Which is hugely aspirational.
Yeah, it was. I mean, you kind of take it for granted now because they've been with us for so long. But Oasis, when they first came out in the 90s, they were like an explosion going off. You know what I mean? It was something else. It really was.
them that they started out with. And
Well,
even the bands that are supporting them tonight as well, it's people that they came up with, and you know, you're working with them, Nick still works with them as well from
Yeah.
Rockfield, that you have those bonds with them still.
Well, I think it was such an amazing project to work on that everybody I mean, this is part of the success, you know, that everybody was involved around it. All the other people that you don't see in the band that are instrumental in the band's success, everybody worked double hard because they were so into it. The fear of not working on the project was almost greater than the joy of doing it. You know, in the same way that, you know, Brian Clough, he won the European Cup with a team that it didn't cost him any money. It will never happen again because they all wanted to play for him. It was that same sort of vibe that, wow, this is God's gift, we've really got to pull our weight here. And then obviously because Noel realised he was good at what they did, well, why, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So, you know, we all sort of grew up working on it together. It's been amazing.
And you moved up, is this right, to Manchester because of the Hacienda? And
Yeah, I was living in London at, this is the late 80s when I first started, and this was before Oasis, obviously. And at that time, there was no internet, so you had to be sort of close to your clients, and it's all London-based, the music industry. But I would find myself in the Hacienda every Friday night. So I moved the business to Manchester just because I was going to a nightclub. It's not the shrewdest business move of all time, but it seemed to make sense at the time, you know.
Yeah.
Just one quick one about Noel as well, and his love of music, right? So I listened to a podcast where he was doing an interview. I think it was Gary Kemp's podcast, and they were talking about the people who said, "Oh, well, that intro sounds like T-Rex." So cigarettes and alcohol sounds a bit like T-Rex. And Noel's reaction was absolutely fantastic. I remember, you know, sometimes when you listen to a radio show or a podcast, you remember where you were. I was walking my dogs through a field not far away in Cardiff, and he said something. It was like an iconic line: "He who has the best record collection writes the best songs."
It's true, isn't it?
He had an unbelievable taste in music, and so quite frankly, that was his answer to those people who said, "Oh, that intro, that T-Rex, that sounds like cigarettes and alcohol." It does, but at the same time, you know, songwriters do that, don't they?
But it all goes back, doesn't it? You know, they got it from. It all goes back to some black fellas in America in the 30s, effectively, doesn't it?
Yeah.
All of it.
Yeah.
You know, and I've just come back from Mississippi actually, just photographing the Delta, the Mississippi Delta area, and just because that's where it all started. You know, literally, poor people's music singing because of oppression is where it all came from, and it's just been passed around since, and diluted or changed or stolen from or inspired by. But you know, it all dates back to the blues guys in the 30s, I guess.
Yeah.
And what I love is how much sort of access that they give you. It's like you're this family and you do everything together. And I wonder if you find that with more sort of corporate culture now, like being able to sit in on all the sessions as you did to kind of get inspiration for what you were doing.
Yeah, I mean, I do occasionally do corporate work, and you know, that's just because I get paid well for doing it, but there's no love there for it really. But well, that's not true. I try and do the best job I possibly can, no matter what I'm doing, obviously. But I do this for nothing. Do you know what I mean? And that was always the case. I never did any of it for the money. I mean, obviously got paid, and you know, got paid well, to be honest. But that was never the driving force. It was just the love of and the passion for the project.
How's it felt working on this project, working with them again? I know you did the re-releases as well, but how's it felt working on this?
On this thing here?
Yeah, on the programme and with them on the tour.
It was hard work, to be honest. It was, because it's not like in the old days. I would have a chat with Creation Records, would contact me and they said, "We've got a record coming out, sort the artwork out." I go and have a chat with Noel, we'd work out what we were doing, we'd get it done. Creation would pay the bill. That's the end of it. It's a different species entirely now.
More cooks.
There's Warner's own the merchandise, Ignition are managing the band. There's all sorts of different people involved. But you know what? You know, that's just the way it is. I'm not complaining about it. So as a process, it wasn't like it used to be. So that was unusual for me. But you know, no complaints. It's just still the dream project to work on, isn't it?
Have you talked about the Rolls Royce yet? That I thought was a fake Rolls Royce.
No, it's a real one.
We've dissected that. It's
I
amazing.
missed so much. I've been away, but I just assumed that was a fake.
No, real. I think if you look at it looks like it's too small. If you photoshopped it, if I did Photoshop it, I'd have made it look bigger. I think it looks too small.
If that was done today, that would be a fake, I think.
Yeah, there's no way you'd put a Rolls Royce in this. Who's going to put a Rolls Royce in a swimming pool now?
We
Apart from Brian.
We did.
Brian and the Gallagher brothers.
Exactly. Brian, you mentioned something there which I'm intrigued by. You said the process was records coming out, I'll speak to Noel. So Noel was the kind of, you and Noel were the driving force between what you wanted to release in terms of the image, right?
Yeah.
No other members of the band?
No.
Just Noel, you and Noel?
Yeah. Never anybody else.
Yeah.
I think at the very, very beginning, before I realised the dynamic of what was going on, I sort of had chats with the rest of the band, but, you know, famously Liam's suggestion for the front cover, Definitely Maybe, was a knife sticking out of a lump of butter. That was it.
Yeah.
No, you know.
Yeah.
Really?
Okay,
but I will.
You went kind of silent then. All afternoon.
Exactly. No, there's no more to it. That was it.
That was it.
A lump of butter with a knife sticking out of it. That will get done one day. that will get done one day.
Maybe the next album.
Yeah.
If they do another album.
Who knows?
He'll get his way and you'll have a lump of butter and a knife.
And how did you feel? Because you did all the artwork for them in the 90s, and then they decided to go in a different direction.
Yeah.
That must have been hard.
It was terrible. I was gutted. I was absolutely devastated. You know, I don't make no secret about it.
Yeah.
And, you know, I'm not one to slag people off or anything, but I don't think what followed what we did was any better, far from it, you know. I mean, I suppose they had different people doing the artwork of them, but he's not sat here, is he?
No,
You know.
this is very true.
Should we do some messages?
Yes.
Thank you. We have to say a big thank you. There are so many people watching the live stream and also sending in WhatsApps.
Oh, brilliant.
God bless you all. Thank you. Robin Crystal Palace says, I'm 29, grown up with Oasis all my life. This is going to be my first time seeing them in London on the 25th. Me and my 3 mates were very lucky enough to get the pre-sale code. We're now suited and booted to go with all the T-shirts and trainers bought. There you go, see. You've got to get your trainers. So I'll be wearing a tracksuit tomorrow for the gig. It's going to be monumental. Kyle in Scotland is watching the live stream. Thank you, Kyle. Seeing them in Edinburgh. Whoever's going, hope you enjoy. Stu in Liverpool. Got tickets for Wembley on July the 30th. First time for my lad. I saw Oasis in 1992 in Liverpool, supporting the real people. Wow. Good luck to all tonight. Ronnie in Grimsby. Just had a big dinner, ready for the Cardiff gig. Can't wait. Never seen Oasis live. I'm 22, so excited.
Fantastic.
The ages, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's people that saw them right at the beginning and people that weren't even born when they were releasing their albums.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
So many young people are out there with their mums and dads, but also just in groups of friends, and also like little kids going in as well. It's so lovely.
Yeah. Well, you've seen it, haven't you, Charlotte? Because you've been talking to so many people over the last couple of days.
Yeah, I have had a great time. I met one guy who's got the lyric, well, not all the lyrics, obviously, but some of the lyrics from Live Forever inside his wedding ring. I've had people that have had Oasis lyrics as part of their wedding vows. One guy that's flown all the way from Boston in the United States, and then he's going to go and see them as well in New Jersey. Japanese fans. I'll tell you what, there's some of your logos out there.
I had one guy, never mind my logo, I had some guy come up to me today, he pulled up his sleeve, some of Oasis lyrics in my handwriting.
Oh, no way.
Really?
Stuff.
He asked me for it, I forgot all about it, and I did send him it ages back, and I bumped into him purely by chance, didn't I, today? It's all my handwriting down his hand.
There's a story I haven't told. I told the producer I have to tell this story whilst you're here, because I know you love clothes as well, right? I know you love your clothes. So there was a great shop in Cardiff. It was called Pavilion, no longer here anymore, but it sold top designer clothes, right? And there were 2 shops. There was one Woodies and one Pavilion, right? This is the 90s now. I'm talking about 92 to 96, 97. So it turns out that one of our guests earlier from the Oasis podcast was at the gig in 96 that I referred to, the Cardiff International Arena. And Peter ran the store, and Noel turned up one day. Word got around. He wanted to look cool, right? They've always looked cool, haven't they? And they've worn expensive brands, and they endorse expensive brands as well. And he wanted to look cool. And he bought, I think I'm allowed to say this, he bought a Burberry shirt for the gig. Bought a Burberry shirt to wear for this gig.
What you don't know is Jason's sponsored by them as well.
And the next day, there was a whole queue of people, because they did 2 nights, who wanted to buy that very same shirt that Noel wore.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Same shop.
From the same shop. Word got round that Noel was in the store buying that shirt, and next night, everyone wanted to wear that shirt to the gig.
But the number of lads out there that have got the Liam Gallagher hair, or they've got the sunglasses, or they've got or they've got like all of it, like they've got the whole
They've got the lot.
I just don't
shebang.
know how they're doing the parka jackets in the heat.
I don't know how you'd be sweating cobs as mum.
But don't you think as well, Brian? That's very much the package, isn't it? It's the music, but it's the fashion that goes with it too.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just an iconic look. That Liam, do you know what? When I first saw Liam wearing, I mean, he obviously had no money. He's probably on the door when I first met him. Just a pair of Adidas, tracky pants, just some old. He just looked cool. You know, Saki'd look great, wouldn't he?
He's got the swagger.
And you know, everybody tries to mimic the way he looks. Nobody can pull it off, really.
No.
But
Yeah, it's the walk.
You know.
Isn't
I can't.
it?
I try to do the walk. I look like I'm doing the front crawl. I can't quite get my arms working at the same time.
I mean, has he always walked like that?
Yeah, he has. You know, see, that's the point with Oasis. I think another secret to their success is their honesty. You know, they are. You know, just like the Stone Roses were. Take us, if you're not into it, mate, forget it. We're not bothered.
Yeah.
You know, literally, we're not asked. This is us.
Looking at our clock as well, Bright.
Yeah.
1 hour, 38 minutes until they take the stage. I mean, you know, we're like excited here. You must be buzzing. What do you think is going on in that dressing room and in their hearts and minds right now?
Oh, I have no idea. You know, I mean, you've got to bear in mind, right, that it's not. They've played as bigger gigs as this before. I mean, physically as big.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
but not.
And bigger.
Oh yeah, much
Nebworth.
bigger. But not sort of historically as
Yeah.
big, if you like.
Yeah.
But they won't be fazed by that. You know, I'm sure they'll just be water for ducks back. They'll be looking forward to it. You know, I really just, I can't see them getting that uppity about it, to be honest.
Yeah.
I know you're close to Noel.
Uh-huh.
Did he realise when they announced the reunion that it was going to be as big as this? Do you think?
No, he told me himself he didn't think it was going to be. He was surprised by, particularly the speed at which the foreign gigs sold out.
Interesting.
Yeah, he said they were all taken by surprise. And I'm like, really? You know, everybody else is like, but I suppose when it's yourself, you don't really,
No.
you almost
Yeah, of
prepare
course.
yourself
Yeah.
for it. Like,
Yeah.
because you've got to bear in mind, I don't know, at the end of it last time in 2009, I mean, were they even selling out? Was it? Well, they sell, but it wasn't like sold out in 2 minutes like it is
It
now.
wasn't
is
like
it?
this, no.
No. So, you know, I think they're bigger now than they ever have been, but nobody realised how big. So, yeah, he was surprised by it, and,
He must have been emotional and chuffed by it as well.
well, you never get much out of him. Though.
In terms of the generations, that there's people like myself, for example, who were there in the 90s, and you go, I want to see them again, but I also want to take my kids, and I want to take, you know, friends and family.
It's, you know, it's like they've done what the Beatles have. Very few bands do it where it crosses generations. Yeah, it's probably gone through 2 generations now, you know. I mean, no disrespect to Duran Duran, but I would have thought that the vast majority of Duran Duran fans are middle-aged women now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You don't get 16-year-old girls ranting and raving about it.
No, that's true.
Whereas people buy stuff off our website and ask me to write dedications, and it's literally, dear Dave, happy 60th, to dear whatever, happy 14th. You know, it's literally the full spectrum of ages. They've done what very few bands can do, and that's.
So do you think this reunion then has almost like cemented their legend status?
Oh yeah, and carried it on again. You know,
Yeah.
They'll never die. It's like the Beatles. I mean, I'm not comparing them to the Beatles because I'm a massive Beatles fan. So don't think I'm not comparing. But in terms of a phenomenon, this will go on forever now. You know, it ain't going to stop.
And do you think they will keep going? I mean, what could this spark? Do you think new music?
I don't
Is this
know.
a one-off?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know is the answer. I really have no. I didn't think it was going to happen. I threatened to run down Deansgate naked. Didn't I?
That's how unlikely you thought.
So what
it
do I
was.
know?
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, can you imagine if there's a new record as well after all this? Can you imagine?
Amazing.
That'd be amazing.
Yeah.
And in terms of Liam, you know, we've chatted an awful lot about Noel. That documentary that Liam did a few years ago.
Yeah, it was amazing, wasn't it? Yeah.
was a unique insight
Yeah, it was.
into the man, and also the very fact that where he is in terms of his life, but also his reckoning within British culture.
Yeah.
And it was a really eye-opener for people who thought, oh, Liam, yeah, I've seen it all before. He's that guy. But there were people who were going, actually, he's not a bad fella.
No, I
You
thought he came across quite gentle in it,
Yeah.
didn't he? You know, and because he is, you see what I mean? He's being demonised by the media. It's not true. It's just not true. You know, he's all these pictures, you see pictures of him doing that because he's just. I was with him on a couple of occasions back in the 90s where he'd come out of a club or wherever we'd been, and photographers would say something very rude about his wife or to get a reaction. Or he'd just come off a plane. He'd been. Imagine you just flown back from Australia, been on a plane for 24 hours, whatever it is, and somebody's in your face calling your wife nasty names to get you to provoke you.
Yeah.
You
Do you
know.
think there's a snobbery as well?
Yeah, there
because
is.
they're working class and they're
Absolutely.
proud to be working class. And
100%.
That kind of thing of who are you? What right do you have to be here? That kind of
100%.
class
100%.
system.
You know, it's like the media, particularly in this country, is very middle class and above, and occasionally, you know, there is a working class breakthrough, and yeah, there is a backlash against them.
And that time there was so many working class bands as well, so many amazing working class bands coming out of quite a small part of the UK. When you're part of the UK, coming out of the northwest.
Pretty much, yeah. And yeah, you know, you're dead right there. Actually, that never gets mentioned much. You know, they kind of they've almost transcended that now because they're just so big. They just, I mean, not that they ever bothered in the first place, but. Yeah, it
it's almost
stinks
like
really, but it's
they've
true,
got the working class fans here, and then they also connect with like audiences in Japan and South Korea and the States.
Yeah, you know, you don't get to be that big unless you appeal to the majority of people. You know, they're not. You know what I mean? You've got to have housewives who only ever buy one single a year. If you're looking at it in 90s analogy, where people actually used to buy records, you know, you've got to pick them up to get to the stage they got, not just people who are into buying records, if you like.
Because like everyone knows Wonderwall. Like my granny would have known Wonderwall. She'd have been able to sing along to it, but not many other bands she would have been able to sing along to.
There's, you know, the likes of which we'll never see again, or it'll be a very, very long time, you know. And it was a long time since. Again, not making any. I'm not comparing to the music because I'm the biggest Beatle fan ever, right? But the last time this happened on this scale was the Beatles. There's no doubt about that. You know? And it'd be more difficult than ever now because of the internet. That excitement, that queuing up for records, tickets, it's gone. You know what I mean? People don't buy people don't even listen to records anymore. No. Hardly. You know. I remember when I bought my first album. It was an album by a band called the Skids from Scotland, and I bought it on the back of the fact that there's a track called Into the Valley on it, and I thought, oh, they'll all be punk rock stompers these, and they weren't. But I'd spent all my pocket money buying this record, so I had to get it now. Yeah. 40 years later, whatever it is, it's one of the greatest records I've got. Yeah. But nowadays, kids wouldn't get past that first track because they just skip it. Do you see what I mean? Yeah. So again,
because it's at their fingertips. You know, they can go on to TikTok, they can go onto a streaming service, listen to one track by an artist, and then move on.
So it shows you then that even enforces more just how incredible Oasis are when you know people have got the attention span of a goldfish these days. And they've got everybody, haven't they? They've sucked everybody in.
But there is a bit of a vinyl revival going on, isn't it? Kids are buying. Yeah, but they're rebuying definitely maybe. And What's the Story?
Yeah, but people say this vinyl revival. The numbers that you're talking about are completely irrelevant in terms of an industry. You know, it's like bands would sell more records in a week than the whole annual sales is these days. So yeah, it is. But that's more of like a collector thing from people who are bang into it. Your average person isn't buying vinyl anymore, you know, so that's gone, really.
It's like a niche, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
People, collectors that are into it.
Yeah, you know, like people who collect trainers and don't wear them, you know. Most people don't, but some people do, so.
Yeah.
You know, I wear mine.
Yeah, same with me. I wear mine on telly.
The beauty of what they've done, what they did, is they're not kind of like trying to just meet commercial expectations. Like this is what's going to make a record that sells 2-3 minutes for the radio. I mean, their tracks were so long, and even Cigarettes and Alcohol. You wouldn't think, oh, hang on, Cigarettes and Alcohol, are they going to play that on the radio? And that's the most played track.
Yeah, but that was it. I mean, it's just that, you know, there's many a band give this impression that they don't give a know what, but they didn't, you know, because they just knew how good they were. You know.
Where does that come from? That confidence? Just like, were they just born with it? I guess.
Well, it came from the fact that they knew how good they were.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
Like the first time you saw them, you were blown away, weren't you?
Yeah, you've got to bear in mind that they knew what songs they had. Yeah. You know, and like I said, you can have all the haircuts and sunglasses and all the rest of it, but unless you've got a bulletproof selection of songs, which he did, you know. He's like, I couldn't care less what anybody thinks. I know we have smashed it.
Well, Noel says when he played Live Forever for the first time, he just looked out and saw the crowd's reaction. And we said earlier that he said, I'm going to buy a yacht. He just knew. He just knew.
I do feel like they're judging me and you, Brad, because we can see Liam and Noel there staring at us behind your head. It is. I feel like I'm being judged by them.
It's a strong image, though,
yeah,
isn't it?
Like
It is a strong image.
very direct eye contact from both of them.
Should we do a few more messages? Carey says, my hubby and I were the last people to see Oasis on the 28th of August 2009, back tonight with their 3 kids.
Oh,
great.
First one to see them back. Tim says, I'm with a group of 4 Americans who travelled to Cardiff for Oasis. We are fired up. Ben in Frome says, Oasis changed my life all those years ago and have soundtracked it ever since. And another one from Tony and Fiona in Hull. They said, we're going to see Oasis August the 3rd at Wembley. My wife and I have seen Noel. We've seen Liam at the Co-op in Manchester. That's Co-op Live. not down the co-op. For the definitely,
Just getting your bits down the
just for
cone.
the record, for the definitely maybe 30th year anniversary, we thought it was going to be the closest we've seen to Oasis. Been fans from the beginning, as Liam would say, this is going to be biblical. We are Oasis and Adidas ready. Bring it on.
Bring it on.
There you go.
Here's an interesting fact, what I found, I couldn't believe it. Only 2 people were at the very first Oasis gig and the last one before this, right? Liam Gallagher
Yeah.
and Tony McCarroll, right? Listen to this. Tony McCarroll, you know, the drummer,
Yeah, drummer, yeah.
Yes.
right? Because he was sacked. He just happened to be at the last gig. And it was the first time he'd seen them play since he'd been booted out. And it was the last gig they ever did.
What, that is
Wow.
spooky.
That's
Mad
so
that.
spooky.
Wow, that is mad.
Yeah.
He was like, told you, shouldn't have sat me.
Yeah, wow.
The first time he saw him play. Because nobody knew it was going to be the last gig. It's not like we're doing our final gig tonight. He was at that gig.
Yeah, that was the year I saw them, and I didn't think, this is the last, maybe the last time I'm ever going to see
Nobody
them.
knew. They were in Paris the week after, or whatever it was, and they fell out then. They played the gig, and nobody knew it was going to be the last gig.
Wow.
Tony was at that gig. And he was the only other member of the band there apart from Liam.
Now, if you're superstitious,
Where's Tony tonight? Do we know?
I have no idea. I hope he's not here.
And
No, I don't mean that. I love Tony very much. He knows it. I mean, you know, for the...
Just for
Yeah.
look purposes.
Yeah.
Have you seen that your album artwork is fridge magnets as well in the merch shop as well?
You know, shoe arms, whatever. It's a lot, isn't it? You know.
yeah.
Back scratches.
Yeah,
Yeah,
everything.
yeah.
It's amazing. Just show us the front of the programme again,
There
in
you go,
case
Brian.
viewers are just joining us.
Right.
This is Brian's work, and just tell us, we were talking about vinyl as well. You decided to...
Well, when we had our first meeting about this, and Noel told me there wasn't going to be a new record, I thought, well, let's do something that looks like
Such a
it.
great idea.
So it's 12 inch.
Very cool.
So starting from the beginning here, I'll not go through all of it, obviously, but I just love this. Jill Furmanovsky took this picture. I think it's at Abbey Road, or if it's not Abbey Road, it's her studio in Hampstead. And it's like Liam going, yeah, I can just hear him saying it. Noel stood there just chugging on a beer, and that's Owen Morris who produced the first 3
that's
records.
Owen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought I had to get him in there because he was instrumental in the
Yeah.
sound.
Yeah.
But that just sums it all up. Yeah, you know.
Look how
anyway.
young Liam looks in that shot.
Yeah, it's a great shot.
Yeah.
And then this is pretty much the only shots of the band that are in it. So it's one of each, the band and what they're playing. Oh, I'll tell you, this is a killer story, this, right? When we shot these instruments, they were all gathered at Noel's studio in London, right? We went down there, did them all for the day. And Liam's maracas were there. So we photographed Liam's maracas for that page. When it came to approval, he said, no, I don't want maracas in there. It's got to be a mic stand. Now, this was like 2 days before deadline. He hadn't seen it.
Why didn't he want his maracas in?
Do you know what? No, I think that looks so much.
It looks really cool.
That
actually,
looks
the mic stand,
amazing.
yeah.
That's a brilliant, strong image, that.
And it wasn't just a mic stand, it had to be his mic stand. His tour man, and bear in mind, our studio is in the Lake District. It's virtually in Scotland, right? His tour manager got on a train at Euston with that mic stand.
No way.
What, took it all the way from the
If only
train?
they knew, those passengers.
Yeah.
Came all the way up
quite.
to Oxenholme in the Lake District. I picked him up at the station, whipped him to my studio, we photographed it. Liam's in France with Debbie. Emailed him the pictures from the studio. Yeah, approved it. It took 40 minutes. And he got back on the train to London with the mic stand.
I wonder how many people might want to use that as put it in the frame.
Yeah,
That's
it's a
a
really
It's a very
iconic
strong
photo,
image, that,
isn't
isn't it?
Yeah.
Very good.
So these were all done in London at Noel's studio. All the
When was that picture of Bonehead taken then?
that was in Detroit in 1994, I believe. So all the band shots were taken by Jill Furmanovsky, who did them
yeah.
back in the 90s.
I'll be speaking to her a bit later.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah.
She's lovely, Jill. And then this is kind of like the only new art, if you like. I mean, this is based on the song "Fade Away," with the lyric, "The dreams we have as children fade away." That's where that comes from. So that was for the interview sort of intro piece. And then there's literally every gig they've ever played, so
Yeah, that's
all
cool.
around the world. See what I did
Yeah,
there?
all
That's
around the world.
great.
Yeah, 4 pages of gigs, and then we're into all these shots of the venues that I took
The Boardwalk.
over a 6-day period, flying up and down the UK. But
100 Club. Iconic.
That's still going 100 Club.
yeah, this is
Tram
Tramshed in
Sheds.
Glasgow, Lomax in Liverpool, which isn't going anymore.
TJ's is not going anywhere, is it?
No, that's the Buckley Tivoli in North Wales, where they played the first gig after the release of Definitely Maybe. I went to that. I picked Diggsy up in Liverpool on the way to that gig in the car that I'm in the Shaker Maker video. How Oasis and Night was that?
That's very cool, Brian.
Dublin, Belfast, the stage.
That limelight.
That stage there is literally the size of these 2 couches. You've never seen anything like it. And they've got 5 people on it. Hacienda, now Block of Flats.
Yeah, now Block of Flats,
is
yeah.
it a Block of
Yeah.
Flats?
Barrowland in Glasgow.
There were rumours. There were these rumours on all the message boards they were going to do a warm Barrowlands. When we were at Glastonbury, there were these rumours floating around.
I don't think they've done any warm-up.
No, they haven't, but there were
No.
all these
I think
rumours.
they might have warmed up. Did they do a warm, or was it just playing?
Well, people have been saying that people who recorded it were saying I can hear Liam and Noel singing,
Right.
but we don't know whether we can't establish. Well, Charlotte might know more about it than we do.
I mean, I don't know if it was them or whether it was a record. I mean, it did sound like it was live,
Yeah.
but then if it was a recording that was being played over rehearsal,
or were they cranking up the speakers? Who knows?
and they were practicing the instrumentals as well, not just the vocals. I was standing outside with my ear trumpet, of course, trying to hear. But it sounded very, very good to me.
Yeah.
I feel like I've got to wait such a long time. I'm not going to see him till August.
So this was Glastonbury, the view of the Pyramid stage and from the Pyramid stage. So they leave it up all year round,
Yeah.
but they take the skin off, if you like.
Yeah.
But that was done like 3 weeks before this year's festival, so it was. So yeah, all of this stuff was done in 6 days at the end of May.
Charlotte and I getting nostalgic. We were at Glastonbury last week.
We
so
were.
going, oh, it's all over.
I just had such big FOMO, and I'm with you two.
Oh,
Oh,
sorry,
next
Tina.
time, Tina.
I'd missed it.
2027.
Yeah, 2027.
Yes.
We'll bring the sofas.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Good idea.
Yes.
Do a live stream.
We'll do a
Live
live stream.
stream.
Glastonbury, why not? Get Brian.
Yeah, I'll be there.
A main road.
Well, it was,
Yeah.
yeah.
Is Main Road now flats as well?
That houses, yeah. That was the centre circle, which I
Yeah.
thought was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Loch Lomond, Nebworth, the gates.
Were you at Nebworth?
Yeah, both nights, yeah.
What was that like? Because
Don't
it
remember
seems
much
like
about it.
that's what Frank Cutler said actually.
Much about it at all. And then this was the rehearsal space the other week, you know, the
Yeah.
tightly guarded rehearsal space, which was, that's I think interesting. Oh no, I'll not mention it because he's not on stage yet. Either. That's something that will annoy all the right people, I'll say.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh, now we're intrigued.
I'm really.
Right,
You
pass
have to
that
tell us
programme
off
over.
air, yeah.
Sorry. We'll expect that.
Yeah, exactly. Good timing, actually, because we're going to hear your interview with Damon Minchella.
Lovely man
Yes.
who I interviewed, who's playing with Richard Ashcroft tonight. He also was a founding member of Ocean Colour Scene. Really interesting guy. And we talked about Oasis, his career, music. Talked about class as well, which is a bit of a theme for this. He's a very interesting guy. Take
Here
it
it
away.
is.
A big weekend for you.
It is quite a big weekend.
How are you feeling?
At the moment, hungry because we're about to sound check and then maybe get something to eat. So, but it's exciting, you know, and I'm really pleased they've got it together, and particularly for Liam, because that's all he's ever wanted to do is get the band back together.
Had he said that to you over the years? I need
That's
this
all
back.
he wanted to do was to be back on stage with his brother, and it's really nice. It's actually happening now. You know.
I mean, and for you to be part of that as well is incredibly special, I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of weird because I must have done around about 100 gigs the first time round with my old band. So it's just like mates doing mates things. And now playing with Rich Ashcroft, it's the same thing, because everyone looks back on the Britpop time as with that revisionist thing of like, what an incredible time to have been alive. But it was literally our day-to-day existence was, doing a gig with some friends, just happens to be a big gig, and then our other mates, the Verve, they're doing a gig somewhere else. And then obviously history then turns it into what it is today, which is like the biggest UK tour ever, I think.
Yeah. Millions of people tried to get
I
tickets for
know,
this.
they could have sold it 7 times over, which is kind of insane, really.
Does it still feel the same, like you're just working with your mates, or does it feel different now?
It feels exactly the same because of the audience.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I'm 56. Rich is a bit younger than me. I mean, Noel and Liam are kind of the same age as me. So you've been doing it for a long time, but it's like when you get on stage and the audience are just giving that energy back, you can't replace that.
And it's also, it means so much to people, just talking to people in town
know.
today, and it's like they've had lyrics as part of their wedding vows,
Yeah.
or they've had lyrics even inscribed on their wedding rings and stuff like that. I mean, you're a musician and your music has become part of like the social fabric and also part of people's lives as well.
Yeah, I know. Well, it's the same for all of us when we were aspiring to be in bands or first got into music, and you look up to these greats, whoever they were, the Stooges, the Beatles, Velvet Underground, whatever, and you couldn't imagine what that would be like to be those people. But they were doing the same thing about Elvis.
Yeah.
So you've always got this thing where everyone's looking up to the people that influence them, and then there's going to be some kids come to these next 19 shows who are going to form bands, and a few of them in 20, 30 years will be playing here, which is, you know, a wonderful thing.
Over the years when, you know, they were split, did you feel like a sadness about that they weren't together, and that people were missing out on like Oasis music, maybe new songs, the concerts?
Yeah, I think so, but I think all these things have a time and a place, and there was a lot of personal stuff between Noel and Liam, obviously, and they both had their own separate things going on, and these things take forever to organise. I mean, I know a year before this was announced it was happening.
Did you?
Yeah.
Who told you first then?
I'm not going to say because they'd get sacked, but someone in Oasis management who, and I'm not going to say because they will get sacked.
Okay.
So I knew it ages ago. But obviously, you know, sworn to secrecy and whatnot.
Was that hard to keep that secret? Did you even tell like your family, or were you?
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah, you told your family. Yeah.
And I told my dogs as well, but they just went woof.
Who cared? They were
Yeah,
like, well,
they were just like, just throw a stick. It's
Yeah.
far more exciting.
And how about your performance in the stadium? How are you feeling about that?
Well, really excited. Still, and like I was saying earlier, it's like because the audience gives so much to you, it never becomes a routine.
Yeah.
As in, you know, like, oh, we're just doing this song because we've played it, you know, 100 times before. Everything is new and fresh every time, which is kind of the magic of it, really, as opposed to it being like a theatre performance or pantomime.
Yeah. And have you seen Liam and Noel on stage yet rehearsing? And can you give us any kind of snippets, any kind of insight?
No, I cannot.
You can't.
I cannot, and I will not, unless you pay me. No,
Yeah.
I won't. No. They both look good.
Yeah.
And the last time I saw them separately was playing with Liam in Norway and Noel in Glasgow, and this was years ago. This wasn't on the cards. So actually to see them together after all that time is really nice. And their other brother Paul's here as well, who's also lovely.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, and he's a fabulous photographer as well, Paul Gallier.
All the Gallaghers out
All of them,
together.
and you as well.
Another Gallagher.
Another
you can't get away from us. We're everywhere.
Yeah.
What do you think it was about that era in British music, the Britpop era, that made so many great bands?
I think if you look back to the Stone Roses and the Lars, they made two very iconic albums, but they weren't mainstream because mainstream media didn't kind of embrace them. So they were really influential to my band, to Oasis, to Richard with the Verve. There was this whole build-up, but it hadn't broken into the mainstream. Whereas Oasis then came through and transformed that alternative scene into a mainstream thing where like you could be played on daytime Radio 1 with Supersonic or what have you, which then allowed Ocean Colour Scene, The Verve, Blur, etc., etc., to then be accepted as like the new pop music, which then obviously then inspires everyone around them to go, oh, we're not the outsiders, we are the mainstream.
We are the mainstream,
you know,
yeah.
but as a cool mainstream, not as in like, you know, sort of Steps or S Club 7, who are cool as well, I presume.
And when you were in that, did you realise at the time kind of how special and also kind of how mad it was? Or was it just you were living kind of day to day and you just kind of didn't almost get wrapped up in it? Or can you remember?
Yeah, I can't.
I asked someone about it and they were like, I can't remember.
No, I can remember a lot about it. Again, it's that day-to-day thing because you're playing gigs with your band who are your friends, and then you're playing with Oasis who are your friends, and then Rich and the Verve are doing their thing, and you kind of know everyone around it. But then people start to tell you how important it is, but it's still just you, the mates that have come from rehearsing in a garage. You're just no longer playing in a pub. Now you're playing to tens, hundreds of thousands of people. So it becomes a big thing, but nothing changes in the spirit of the music. It's just now that a lot of people know about you and they love it, which is obviously a wonderful thing. I suppose it's the difference between playing football in the park with your mates and then all of a sudden you're playing football at Goodison Park.
Yeah.
You know.
Or a big stadium like that one, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So then you're still doing the same thing.
Yeah.
But now instead of like, there's no one watching, now there's like 40, 50, 60,000 how many people watching it, you know.
Do you feel like as well class comes into it as well? Because a lot of the bands of that era come from very working class backgrounds, a lot of them from the north of England as well.
Yeah.
And that feeds into the music as well.
Totally, it's that thing of what else are we going to do?
Yeah.
You're either going to be a footballer or a musician. It's like me and Rich are from the same place just outside Wigan called Billinge, and you had no chance to do anything apart from like a really terrible job or be a footballer or a musician. We all wanted to be footballers, but we weren't quite good enough, so we all became musicians.
And you obviously founding member of Ocean Colour Scene, so you were there at the very start of it all. When did you like first pick up an instrument and get into music?
When I broke my leg, actually, because I used to be a goalkeeper. I snapped my leg in half, and then someone gave me a bass guitar for something to do because I couldn't go to school for 3 months because I was in plaster for 6 months.
Oh my god, that must have been awful at the time.
It was, but it was serendipitous because like I'm only 5'9", and I was 5'9" when I was 14, and I used to be like a really good goalkeeper, and all my coaches thought he's going to grow. I never did. So I would have actually never made it as a goalkeeper. So that gift of that bass guitar, and I just started going, oh, this is quite good fun.
So Ocean Colour Scene would never have happened if you maybe hadn't broken your leg.
No, exactly.
If you could choose now, football or a musician, now, what would you do?
Oh, musician.
Musician.
Oh, totally.
Give me an idea of what it's like when you, because obviously I have no idea of this, when you step out onto any stage, let alone an arena, and there are thousands of people there. What is that moment like?
It's like being hit by lightning, but in a good way, not in a sort of like, oh my God, I've just had too many volts of electricity and I'm dead. But that sort of sheer sort of shock of, you know it's coming, which is what the adrenaline is, and then as soon as you get out there and everyone just goes potty, it's euphoric, really, you know.
I bet it takes a while to come down from that when you come off stage and
Oh
you're like,
my
oh my God,
totally.
I've got so much energy, I've got so many feelings, emotions.
There's always like a 3-hour window as soon as you come off stage where you talk absolute nonsense because you've got so much adrenaline, and people are texting you and like, oh, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
And you just like, I can't even read that. I don't know. And then 3 hours later, you're exhausted.
Yeah.
And you go to bed. Back in the 90s, we didn't.
No, partied all night until the next gig. Yeah.
Oh, just forever.
Yeah. And have you got friends and family coming?
My wife's coming tomorrow. 3 of the 5 kids are coming. My niece is coming. The day after, I've got my eldest kid with her husband, and then throughout these 19 shows, quite a few people. Yeah.
They must be really excited for you.
They are. Yeah.
When they found out that you were going to be as part of this.
I know. Well, I think they've always thought, oh, Dad, you're just like, you know, been in a silly old band, and they've seen me play loads, but never with Oasis. So that's going to be a good thing. And it's really funny because they've now all got into Oasis, this new generation.
Yeah, of course.
And then obviously the bands that the people then link with Oasis, like my old band, Verve, etc., with Oasis, and they've now all started listening to all the Britpop music, you know. Which at the time wasn't called Britpop, by the way.
What was it called then? Was that just like
wasn't
a revision?
Called anything.
Was it just music?
Yeah.
When did it become Britpop? Was it after kind of the movement had finished, or?
Well, there was a couple of journalists, and there's one called John Robb and another guy, I forget his name. They both say they invented the term Britpop.
Oh, okay.
But my old band, we were called Brit Rock or Dad Rock if journalists
Dad
didn't
Rock.
like us. Yeah, I know. It's like, well, that's a bit rude. So I think it's like people label things at the time. You know? It's like, what would you call when Hendrix was playing and the Stones were playing? What was that?
Yeah.
You know, what is it? It's just music. You know.
Do you feel very proud of being part of that era of bands that came up at that time?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, because you know, it's nice to achieve something that's it's actually really lasting to people.
Yeah.
You know, and it's also funny because it's just music you made with your friends, trying to be as good as your influences, but be a bit different. And then people are like completely in awe of the music you make, and you're like, yeah, but it's not as good as the Velvet Underground. It's not as good as the Beatles.
But then, like you said earlier, you have bands now that listen to you, and they're taking cues from you, taking riffs from you, and things that you've created.
I know, it's crazy. I suppose it's like going back to the football analogy.
Yeah.
Like, you'll have like someone who's just signed for, I don't know, Man United. They probably think Ronaldo is the best footballer ever, but then Ronaldo's probably thinking, oh no, it's Maradona, and Maradona's thinking, yeah, it is, because that's Maradona.
Yeah, he'd be like,
but
no, it's me.
It's always me. So yeah, it is that, you know, and it's kind of that sounded too hippie. It's kind of a beautiful thing, actually, that there's always that insecurity from musicians.
Yeah, of course.
Even though people treat them as legends. I mean, I played with McCartney many years ago, and he's in awe of Chuck Berry.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, most
It's
people
Paul McCartney,
yeah, exactly. You're like, you are Sir Paul McCartney, but he's like, yeah, but Chuck Berry's better than me. So.
what can fans expect in one word from this tour? Or a couple of words?
Absolute carnage.
I'm looking forward to that. Thank you so much.
Pleasure.
That was brilliant. Thank you. And of course the pass, love it. Oasis 2025.
You even got my name on it and spelt correctly as well.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Six Music are dedicating the entire day to Oasis. Hugh Stevens is here, and Hugh, you're hosting a very special show in your usual slot of 4 p.m.
That's it, yeah, all day. It's been Oasis forever, so we've had special songs looking at what was happening in music when Oasis broke through in 1994. Sort of the birth of Britpop, loads of great electronica, loads of great hip-hop, amazing band scene in the UK breaking through. Lots of guests coming in as well, people who are involved with the making of the records, producers, artwork, fans like Vicky McClure coming in on my programme. So yeah, it's really exciting. Right. And the fact that I do my show every week, every day from Cardiff, so for the world tour to kick off here, the buzz is exceptional, isn't it?
I was going to say to you, as a proud Welshman as well,
massive.
and an Oasis fan, this must be like a dream day for you.
It's huge, and I think Oasis have always liked coming to Wales, and have always liked playing to the fans here. There's loads of links. There were Welsh people at Creation when they signed to Alan McGee's label back in the day. They made the album in Rockfield.
Yeah, of course.
The list goes on. Their manager, Marcus, Noel's manager, is Welsh from Ebbw Vale. And it's a beautiful stadium. I mean, Lana Del Rey kicked off her world tour here just last week. The fact that it's such an amazing stadium, it's easy to get to. And I think Welsh fans have always been massive admirers of Oasis. You can just tell that just from the early start of the drinking this morning. The pubs are rammed.
I bet.
Yeah.
Did you think, Hugh, this reunion would ever happen?
No, I didn't actually. No, because Noel and Liam did so much good stuff in the time, since Oasis split in 2009. They put out albums, they gigged. I remember handing Liam his Godlike Genius Award at the NME Awards in, I think it was 2019. And, they creatively, they've both been doing great stuff. So there was always rumours that they were going to get back together, but I never thought it would happen. So when the announcement came, I was just really, really happy that they're giving people the chance, a lot of them, to see them for the first time. You've got to remember, yes, some of us remember Oasis in the first place, but a lot of new fans have never seen Oasis play. So that's why this tour is such a massive deal.
That's a great point, because I saw Oasis in 96 do What's the Story, Morning Glory, and then 97 Be Here Now. I think we might have been in the same venue at one of those gigs. And what's interesting is the way Liam especially has brought that younger crowd with him. Yeah. And when he plays those Oasis tunes, when he's played them at Reading, Leeds and his own gigs, you see young people who haven't seen Oasis singing the Oasis songs back to Liam.
Absolutely. And for a lot of the younger fans as well, they don't care if a song is off definitely maybe the first album or off their last record. It's just all great music for them. And I think that's the streaming world as well that Oasis are now part of. You could argue that they've never been bigger than they are right now, 15 years after they last played together. So it's remarkable what they've done. I'm just glad that they've put the feuds behind them and are playing.
For now. I mean, there are 41 dates on this tour. Who knows what will happen?
Life on tour is difficult, isn't it? But seeing the list of the tours here, and like the 2 Cardiff and the, 5 Manchester, it looks like, I think it's quite sensible that they're going to spend time in all these places, in Toronto, in LA, in Mexico, in Melbourne. It's not, because it's grueling, and they've tried playing around the world before, and arguments would flare with any band, any brothers, I reckon, at those times. But I think they're doing it on their terms this time. And so I can't wait to see after the tour, when they look back on the tour, to see what actually happened and how they've made all of this work.
Also, Hugh, they're brilliant live, and they always have been brilliant live. But it's about the tunes, right? Oh. Those songs mean so much to so many people, not just here in the UK, but around the world, don't they?
Absolutely. The journalist Miranda Sawyer, in her book Uncommon People, says there's like sweet hooligan soul. They taught men how to feel and to share their emotions, and that it was okay to sing about love and about crying and about feelings, because that's really important. And it is down to the songs. I mean, lots of debate about what they're going to open with tonight. I don't care, as long as they open with an Oasis song, I'm happy. They'll get to all our favourites, I'm sure.
And what are your favourites? Any that stand out, if you had to pick a couple that you'd like to hear tonight?
Champagne Supernova, I think, is a beauty.
Always.
Can't wait to hear Wonderwall. And to be honest, I can't wait to hear the 70,000 people sing the songs back at the Gallagher's tonight. It's going to be such a release and such an emotional moment. But yeah, it is down to all the songs. And
yeah, and what I think is interesting is they were really the last big pre-internet band. I mean, and now of course we've got social media, so a lot of people will be living the gigs through that, which is new for them.
it is. People will be living it worldwide. I mean, out there on the streets of Cardiff, there's people who've travelled from all around the world for tonight. But you're right, online, the scrutiny on tonight's gig is enormous. Look at your live feed.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
It's, I mean, culturally, it's massive. And so, yeah, it's a mixture. I'm sort of nervous for them as well. I've nothing to do with it. I'm just going. I'm just going to go and have a great time.
But the sound checks have sounded brilliant.
Have
we were
they?
talking to some people in the Principality Stadium security team. They said they sound really, really tight. So you just hope that everyone just has the best night ever.
Yes, I think they will.
Yeah.
I think they will. Even if they came back and did a lackluster 3-song set, people will still absolutely love that, I think. Just seeing Liam and Noel back together on stage, it's a beautiful thing.
The other thing as well here, which I'm no doubt we'll talk about extensively throughout our live stream today, is also the swagger of the band.
Yes.
You know, I was like, what was I? So I was 19, 20 at the time.
Yeah.
And what they brought to us as, you know, young blokes as well, we all wanted to like buy jackets. None of us could afford the jackets that like Liam would buy, because that boy rocks a jacket, right?
Yeah.
He rocks a Parker better than most people. But it was also, there was the swagger, there was the clothes. It wasn't just about the tunes. It was, it was a proper cultural movement.
It really was. I mean, they inspired people. I mean, here in Cardiff, you know, lots of music fans around the world fell in love with Oasis and that swagger. They came to symbolise Manchester and the UK and guitar music full stop. They became icons for that movement, and they wore their hearts on their sleeves. So yeah, they loved the Beatles and they wanted to look and sing like them, but we wanted to look and sing like Oasis then. Not me personally, but all, you know, so many of my mates started looking like Liam, started looking like Noel.
Wearing the bucket hats.
Yeah, the little John Lennon glasses coming back and all that beautiful stuff. And maybe that's why the Wales football team still loves its bucket hat so much as well.
Yeah.
They did an awful lot.
There's a legacy there.
There is. And the mural of Noel and Liam in town centre, it's made up of, I think, 3,000 bucket hats.
That's right, yeah.
And an artist has made it, and it looks absolutely brilliant. But yeah, I think they gave people confidence, and they, you know, the influence they had on bands and artists, young songwriters starting to make music because they saw Oasis do it, is undeniable. Britpop probably wouldn't have happened without Oasis's success, and so they were inspiring. And the fact that you could relate to them, you'd buy papers just to see their interviews. Now you'd kind of go on Liam's X and see what he said. But back then, you know, we'd buy the Enemy and the Melody Maker religiously just to see what was happening in Oasis camp and the hilarious stories that they were coming out with.
And Hugh, you were at Glastonbury. Was there a bit of a Britpop revival there?
Well, what's interesting is I think there are younger bands coming through now, and when Oasis announced that they were coming back, people were saying there's going to be loads of new bands who sound a bit Oasis-y, and I think that's happened. Drenched in feedback, great songs, strong vocals. So yeah, I think some new bands who play Glastonbury would definitely been inspired. I didn't hear any particular reference to Oasis, but that's because, I mean, it's almost like a bubble, isn't it, Glastonbury? It's very much focused on the moment.
There were loads of bucket hats.
There were loads of bucket hats, yeah.
But also, before we started this interview, you and I were talking about Pulp. You know, look, Pulp did that Saturday tea time slot, Pyramid Stage.
Yeah.
I was in the crowd. It was absolutely bonkers. There is something, again, about that Britpop era songs. They're just everlasting. They're just such great tunes.
Yeah, and I think the musicians themselves, you know, sometimes you have enough of things and then it takes time to get back together, doesn't it? It happens in normal, everyday relationships. It happens in musical relationships as well. It can take a while, and I guess that's what's happened. You see a lot of bands reforming and coming back. It's great to see Cast and Richard Ashcroft supporting Oasis tonight. But, and no disrespect to any other band, no one's done it on the level that Oasis are doing it right now. I guess because we never thought it would happen, and there's so much riding on it as well. And they're not just a band, they're sort of the band. And their relationship means so much because they're brothers, and it's been so volatile over the years, but they clearly want to do this, don't they?
Can I just also ask you about, you know, you were probably queuing up in Spillers Records. There's a legendary record store here in Cardiff to buy the CD singles it was back then, right? And that's the other thing about Oasis at the time. You know, some bands put out records, and I'm sure you've gone, I'm not really interested in the B-side or the third track on that. But every song, as well as the one they were releasing, every song was a banger. You think about Talk Tonight and all those amazing songs that eventually went on the master plan and that big collection of songs. they were just, Noel was absolutely on fire, wasn't he?
He really was. I mean, I can't think of any other band who will do as many B-sides in a stadium concert, as you say, as Oasis will do tonight. And yeah, it was a different era when Oasis broke through in the mid-90s. It was, you know, I've still got the 7 inches, 99p from the Virgin Megastore, the CD singles from Spillers, and the definitely maybe on compact disc, but everything comes back around, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So seeing the merch that Oasis are selling and the pop-up merch shops as well. I've never seen a band do that. Maybe in London, maybe Manchester, but never in Cardiff. And the queues around the block for the merch shop says it all, really, that people want a little bit of Oasis. You know, yeah, they'll spend 40 up to, like, I don't know, 100 quid on a jacket or a t-shirt, but the badges and the key rings and the things like that. And the physical formats, I mean, they're reissuing What's the Story Morning Glory soon as well. And as you say, all those B-sides came out as the master plan, the strength of the genius songwriting that they've given us over the years.
Talking about merch, what's over there?
Oh yeah, so I bought this. I bought the, it's lovely, it's the Oasis card.
That is nice.
Yeah.
It's good, isn't it? That's the back and that's the front. It cost me £7,000. No, it didn't. No, it cost me 40 quid. And 40 quid well spent, I'd say.
You'll be wearing that tonight.
I will be wearing it tonight.
And
yeah.
do you like getting a bit of merch where you actually see in the band in your home city as well?
That's the
you always
one.
like try and get something that says
Yeah.
Cardiff or London or Manchester.
That's the one,
Yeah.
yeah. I'll only buy merch if I was at the gig. So sometimes you see beautiful posters for a gig that a band or an artist you played in LA or New York, if you're not there. So to see it say Cardiff, I remember when Jay-Z and Beyonce played the stadium and it was them with Cardiff in the bottom, you know, it was like, wow. But the fact that Oasis started all off here, I think is very exciting. And seeing Noel coming into Cardiff Central train station the other day,
Yeah.
rolling
cool.
through,
Yeah.
it's brilliant.
Well, someone also said they saw, I was in town shopping yesterday, someone said they saw Liam walking down, we call it Caroline Street, there's a famous road here called Chippy Lane, everybody. People not from Cardiff will call it. Do you call it Chippy Lane or do you call it Caroline Street?
A little, yeah, I've been to Chippy Lane a few times.
Are you Caroline
today?
But you call it Caroline Street as a Cardiff.
Oh, Chippy Lane. I call it Chippy
Controversial.
Lane.
Very controversial.
We'll keep this for another time.
Can't comment.
But anyway, apparently you were seen walking down there yesterday afternoon. Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, quite possibly. I hope. I wonder what they did the night before. What did Oasis do last night before the big gig? Do you go to bed early? Do you listen to the... What do they do? Do they listen to the back catalogue?
52, 58 now. I reckon they've got an early night.
Early night.
Yeah.
Bubble bath.
Yeah. They've changed. Well, listen, great to see you. Enjoy tonight.
Thank you very much.
So, are you going with family, friends tonight?
I'm going with my schoolmate Baz, who is the #1 Oasis fan. He's the... and so... We're going together. So we've got the t-shirts.
Have a great time and a great show before that. Do listen in.
Thank you very much.
Although
Thank you.
This is pre-recorded, so you probably can't listen in.
We're on
Listen
6
back.
Music.
Listen back on BBC
Listen
Sounds.
back,
It's all on
exactly.
BBC Sounds, yes. Oasis forever.
Great to see you.
Thank
you both.
Thanks, you.
I'm Abby Scott and I worked for the Oasis management team back in the early and mid 1990s. And the management company did everything that represented the band, from like contracts, money, arranging tours. And my specific role was sort of sending out demos, answering the phone, putting together itineraries, fan mail, and sort of doing stuff for the band directly, like buying them shampoo or ordering Mother's Day gifts for them when they were on tour, things like that. And the office, it was a tiny, tiny little room. I can't explain to you how small it was. It was like your sitting room. And there was stuff piled everywhere, boxes. It was 4 girls and the 4 of us became like one big family. It was loads of fun, never a dull moment. Yeah, despite the press, the band were really lovely guys, all 5 of them. They had no airs and graces and they were just like really down to earth. So like if Liam came to the office, he'd say, "Want a cuppa?" and he'd put the kettle on, and Noel would always ask what we were doing, and Bob Bonehead, oh my goodness, Bonehead was so funny. He really should have been a stand-up comedian. So yeah, no, they were just super lovely. They were so nice, so respectful, and they would do just really little things, like they would send us postcards when they went on holiday, and it was yeah, they were great. So there was a moment, I think, when we all realised that the band were huge, and that was Nebworth. We'd gone from being this tiny office The band playing small venues like the Water Rats and going in, you know, travelling around in a bus, to them arriving at Nebworth in a helicopter, and there were 250,000 people in the crowds cheering, and it was just like, oh my goodness, they've made it. On a sort of more mundane level, it was little things like one day Carmen, who worked in the office, was saying, we've got to get a shredder because people are going through the trash trying to get keepsakes whenever the band had visited the office. So it's just things like that, and it really brought it home. This band is now big. The phone never stopped ringing, and famous people would actually call us themselves, which I don't know if that happens nowadays. So one day the phone rang and someone in the office picked it up, and it was Burt Bacharach, and he wanted to arrange for Noel to guest one of his shows and sing with him. And it was so exciting to get a call from such a legend. But also we got calls that, like, for example, another day we had a phone call, and we were told it was a call from prison, and we were all a bit puzzled. And it turned out to be Ronnie Crane wanting to know if Noel would collaborate with him. One day, I remember we had so much fan mail that the postman had to ring the doorbell and just give us his sacks of mail. We also got lots of letters from girls called Sally asking if it was them that we were being written about in Don't Look Back in Anger, which used to make Noel laugh a lot. Oh, I guess some of the unusual things that we were asked to do. We all wanted to send Noel a birthday gift, and we couldn't decide what to send him because obviously he was on tour and didn't need things. And then we remembered that he absolutely loved crisps, so we decided to send him this bouquet, and it was made up of a bottle of Jack Daniels, and all around it were all the flavours of Walker's crisps. And Maggie, who was on tour with them, reported back to us that he loved it. When I heard about the reunion, I was so chuffed. I was really chuffed to hear that the Gallagher boys have made up, but also chuffed for all these new fans out there that are going to hear their amazing music. And sort of on a personal level, I went up in the loft and got down my old Oasis box, and it had things, in it like my first Access All Areas lanyard, and I don't know, itineraries and tickets from the early gigs. And so I got all that box out. It had lots of photos in it. It's hard to believe it was so long ago. My message for everyone tonight. So I've got a message for the current management teams, for the boys. Good luck. Hope it goes well tonight. For the band, I'd like to say, lads, just go out there, enjoy it, have fun, and share your amazing music with the fans. We all love you, and I know they're going to love you too tonight. All the very, very best.
With Noel and Liam, I always look at it like The Godfather. Like Noel's Al Pacino, and he's got that, and Liam's Sonny, he's got that.
Oh yeah, that's what makes Oasis, isn't it?
My name is Paolo Hewitt. I'm a writer, and I got to know Oasis very well back in the 90s and wrote 2 books about them. In '94, they played 2 gigs in London. One at the Kentish Town Forum, one at the London Astoria. I went to both gigs. They stood on the stage like that in a row, and they played this huge music. It was huge, but they never moved. They just like that. They were like a gang. And then I think, I better not look at him, he's going to beat me up. I met Noel briefly. He knew who I was because he was a big Jam fan, and he'd read my book on the Jam. And then he called me up one day and he said, why don't you pop round here? Liam was there as well. They'd just done an interview with Gary Crowley.
Noel and Liam from Oasis.
Right.
Thanks.
And all they could do was watch this interview. Look what you said, look what you said,
And, meeting up with us.
And then they just started breaking every rule.
It's a bunch of guys from Manchester, they're all Manchester City fans, Oasis.
For example, their first NME interview, you're meant to be selling yourself to the world, and Noel and Liam just argued the whole way through it. I'm better than you. No, you're not. Well, it's one for me, then no, it wouldn't. It's because of me. I'm good looking. Yeah, but I've got the songs. They just, they broke every rule. These couples who bicker the whole time, but they love it. It was that. And it would just be funny, A masterstroke to use it as a press thing and not to hide it, not to sit there and go, yes, my younger brother Liam is a very good singer. Yes, my older brother Noel is a very good songwriter. You know, none of that.
Right. Did we have an argument about that one? About singing Don't Look Back Now? We didn't have an argument, did we? Yeah, we did. Yeah.
You could tell the respect that they had for each other. I mean, I remember Liam saying to me, do you know what Noel said to me the other day? I said, what? He said, this room smells of balloons. I mean, who says that? You know?
Then what is it that makes so extra?
Singer.
Music as well.
Music's secondary to being the singer, isn't it? Go and ask him, he'll tell you that himself.
At the time, the tabloids were really interested in, you know, exposing artists. And Oasis just came along and went, we like to sleep with supermodels, we like to get very drunk, and we like to make great records.
Liam Gallagher was next to visit Mum. Was he looking forward to the concerts?
What do you reckon? Have you got any proper questions?
They weren't taking it seriously then. It was like, I'd go down there and he'd go, do you want to come to MTV? I've got to go to MTV and get asked about who Sally is in a song I've written. It was just so loose, everything was loose. So I went to see him at the Sheffield Arena, right? And we go back to the hotel. Noel leans over to me and he says, a year ago to this day, we were literally in a pub in Yorkshire playing, you know, the proverbial Four Men and His Dog. And now they're playing in a year from a pub to an arena. All those ambitions and dreams, you know, they're suddenly coming real.
I mean, Engelbert Humperdinck kept Strawberry Fields Forever off the top of the charts. And people said that when the Beatles didn't go in at #1, that, you know, they were finished. But another thing is, like, the Beatles have had a #2 record, and we'll probably have one, and Engelbert Humperdinck's even better than Blur, so.
Every great artist has a streak. The Beatles, 65 to 68, say. Noel is 94 through to about 97.
Noel, for the Net on Radio 1, which of your 3 awards is most important to you?
None of them.
The start of my Getting High book, I go down to Fulham, they're recording there, and they record my favourite Oasis song, The Master Plan. And they're arguing like crazy. And then we were in the studio, and Owen Morris, the producer, hit this button, shut up, bang. And this music came.
Take the time to make some sense of what you want to say.
And it just finished, and I just remember the silence. Everyone was like, whoa, you know, like that. And then Liam going, and that's a B-side.
On a ship of hope today.
If you're doing a film, right, the end of Act 1 is Nebworth.
It's been billed as the biggest rock concert of the 90s. 250,000 Oasis fans all wanting to get this close to the band.
That was unbelievable, because the thing I thought about Nebworth was that everybody was there. Mum, Dad, goth, punk, mod, skinhead, everyone was just fascinated and loved them.
This is why the Ozone has had such a big problem getting into anything today, because then people have pinched all the passes.
Look how many ants got! That's what happens to when you're famous.
The whole swathe of society, English society was, British society was there. And then, 3 years later, I went to Wembley. It's just lads throwing beer at each other, trying to be Liam Gallagher.
I come first. I don't care. I forgot about it. I didn't know. No one sorted me out. So.
And I saw this quote from Noel, and I thought, God, that's so true. He said that in those years, the 90, you know, the glory years, the 94 to 97 years, or 96, the band were the same as the audience.
All the workers and all that.
They dressed the same as the audience. They acted the same as the audience. They went to gigs, just did normal things. Once it got to that pressure thing, oh, you've got to do this, you've got to do that, and everything is dramatic, you know. Where's the band to take over from Oasis? Where are they? There's no one. Where's the Liam? Since the beginning of pop music, you've had the Devil, Elvis Presley, Jimi Hendrix. After Liam, who next? Who? There's no one, is there? So that urge when you're a kid and you want a band and, you know, you want to dress like them and, you know, get an identity from them and stick your finger up to the world. Ollie Murs?
Is any new band ever going to be as big again as Oasis were?
There'll be big bands. There's always going to be big bands, but I don't think there'll be anyone that will do it the way we did it, you know what I mean? Because we didn't take ourselves that serious, you know what I mean? We took the music serious, but we didn't take the whole azimuths, we just had a laugh, you know what I mean?
Ask you about Cardiff.
Yes, that is great merch. That is great merch. What do you think of my hat, Tina?
I think it really suits you. I think you should keep it on.
I might wear one tomorrow, actually. Should I keep it on for the rest of the broadcast?
Not for the rest of the broadcast, just for while we're out here. No. We've got about, I think, let's have a look at the time. That's Richard Ashcroft playing.
Yes,
you can probably hear
Lucky
it.
man, what a tune.
Exactly, and 45 minutes to go until Oasis take to the stage for the first time in 16 years. Here, Cardiff is buzzing, isn't it?
Yeah, look at the streets. In fact, you know, this is the best I've seen the crowd, actually, because usually that's because they've got amazing support acts and it's Oasis and people don't want to miss a second. Usually you see people rushing down Wood Street and Westgate Street, the two streets that run parallel to the stadium, and like last minute. So it's clear that everybody has got in really, really early. You can hear the crowd cheering.
Can you hear them cheering?
You can hear them cheering. So they've obviously decided, not going to take any risks. I'm not going to be in the City Arms, one of the famous drinking pubs here, like just before Oasis take to the stage. I'm going to make sure I soak up every second.
And it's amazing how much we can hear, even though they've decided not to take the roof off because it's retractable, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah. And I don't know, because it's a lovely evening. So I saw Coldplay in there about 4 years ago, and it was a magical evening because they kept the roof open, and it was such a really boiling warm evening. So I don't know whether it's they're doing it for the sonic and the acoustic. Maybe it's that reason, but you know, you can hear the noise.
It's a really impressive looking stadium, but you were saying it didn't look like this before.
No. So the old Arms Park, which was where Wales played all their rugby matches, was a very old historic. It was called the National Arms Park, Cardiff Arms Park. Some of our viewers might remember it. It's where Wales played all their then Five Nations game and Six Nations games, and then they decided then to bid for the Rugby World Cup, and Wales won the bid to host the 1999 Rugby World Cup, and it was called the Millennium Stadium. Now it's the Principality Stadium. Big sponsor, the Principality Building Society sponsor it, and you know, it's become an iconic building, built for £124 million as well, which in the current currency was an incredible deal. You know, to build a stadium like that, 72,000 fans for a rugby or a football international. I spoke to Mark Williams, the head of the stadium yesterday, the manager, and he said it's about 62,000 in there for a music venue.
And it's for two nights here in Cardiff, Cardiff kicking things off. Yeah, it's amazing.
So Taylor Swift brought the Eras tour to only one night. I mean, the demand, she could have played 7 nights and it would have sold out. And then Harry Styles, I think, did 2 nights here the year before. So these have been the big summer gigs. I think that was the same year as Coldplay did 2 nights here. Springsteen was here last year as well, and roof was closed for that. That was incredible. But they closed the roof that night because it was lashing down. It was May, it was pouring down. So it was a horrible atmosphere around here, like weather-wise. But in there, it was absolutely joyous.
What are you hoping they open? I mean, we can hear it really. Oh, can you?
You can hear the crowd singing Bittersweet Symphony. Wow, that is fantastic.
Isn't
so
it?
if that's for Richard,
we're gonna be able to hear it. I think we are.
Oh my goodness. I think they will open with Acquiesce. Because I think it's just one of those that, pardon the pun, raises the roof. And they both sing on it as well, you know, when Noel starts singing "Cause We Need Each Other," you know.
Robert Adcock here, former Radio 1, he's left the BBC now. He was at...
Hello, Garrett.
Hi.
Yeah, I think we're on air.
Are you?
Yes.
It's live.
We are live. It's a live stream,
Let's
that's
just check if we are still talking and we are still on air. I think we are, yes. That's Garrett, our producer. Hello, Garrett.
Let's assume that was on air, and just to let you in behind the scenes.
Yes.
Garrett is just telling us what's coming up next, essentially.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. We are on air.
We are on
I've just
air.
been told, and that was all on air. So Darren's got a mention. And quite frankly, he deserves a mention because he's been working really hard. He's been filming some of the interviews and some of the videos that you've seen over the show as well. But hey, listen, this is amazing. This is incredible. So I was saying, so they both sing on Acquiesce. So I think that's going to be the banger. And then it'll be interesting to see if Noel allows people to sing Wonderwall back to him.
Do you think?
I just wonder whether will he step away from the mic?
I see.
I'm sure he will, right?
Yeah,
I'm sure he will.
And is Liam going to need a voice rest? Do they go for acoustic bits in the middle?
Yeah, I think there will be. Judging by what I've seen online, which is no way official whatsoever, it looks like Liam goes off stage for a bit while Noel does a bit, and then Liam comes back out. Yeah.
Oh, not
it's going to be belty. It's so exciting, isn't it?
This is history.
It's so exciting. And we are on air.
Making.
We're not even in there. All these lucky people are going into the stadium. But again, thank you so much for watching our live stream. It's meant the world to us, and the lovely messages we've had as well.
I know, and do keep them coming in if you're maybe not going tonight, but going to one of the gigs in London or Dublin or Manchester or somewhere else in the world, or you've got really strong memories of them that you want to share, please do.
Yes, please. Should we go back inside?
Yes. And before we do, Emma Vardy is, I think, with some fans. Emma?
Hello, Emma.
Set. We can hear it coming out of the stadium pretty clearly. There's people. Hi guys.
But how good are we that we listen?
People grabbing a few last bits of merchandise, a few last drinks in the pub, and just kind of getting ready to go in for the ones who haven't already kind of flooded in from town. I've been making a few friends again. Let me speak to a few people over here. Hi girls, I promised I'd come back to you. Just tell us your name. Where have you come from today?
Fionn and Nice.
Brilliant. And you're heading in, you got tickets, right?
Yes, absolutely.
What do you make of the atmosphere today?
Amazing. Better than what I thought it'd be. Absolutely. The boys deserve it.
Brilliant. How long have you been fans for?
Oh, since I was like 16. Since I was 16. Like good 10 years.
Introduce us to everyone. Who have you got here with you today?
My sister, Keris.
Hello.
My friend Rachel. My cousin Jackson. And his friend Archie.
When did you lads?
I don't know what age of.
What do you like about them?
Songs and everything.
Silly question.
Songs. That's what I do.
And we can hear Richard Ashcroft's set, but you guys are hanging in to the end out here, right? You're not going into the last minute.
No, we're going to wait. We're going to leave everyone else run in and then we'll go in.
Brilliant, all right. It's just as good out here. Who needs a ticket anyway? Who needs a ticket? All right, have a brilliant night, all of you. Don't leave it too long. You've got tickets. There's a lot of people that would like to be in there with you. So, well, speaking of tickets, actually, this little zone has been a little bit of an area where people are doing a bit of horse trading with the tickets because there's a few ticket touts around here offering people tickets. There's people walking around with signs saying that they need a ticket, and we did manage to kind of speak to the touts on the side and find out. I was kind of curious to find out how much tickets are going for. They did tell one of our crew £300 minimum, but they're obviously trying to push the price up as high as they can. So, as you might expect, a bit of ticket trading going on round here. But let me introduce you to a couple more of my friends who I've met along the way. Hi. Hello again. Now, tell us the story here, because between the two of you, there's only one ticket, isn't there?
It took us about, I think, 8 hours to get our tickets. And due to the stress and everything, I only managed to get one. So I'm going in on my own, and Mum's come to support me on the outside.
I am, yeah. So
oh, bless you.
Heartbreaking.
Did
really.
you not say, look, maybe you should be the one who goes in? Was there any argument about this?
I think there was at the time, but I think at the end of the day, I'm pleased for her that she's going to go in and see them. So, never know, maybe we'll get another ticket at one of the other venues. So, fingers crossed.
So you'll be in there all on your own. Do you know anyone else going in?
I know quite a few people sort of standing. I'm just sat in the middle of a row on my own, but it'll be fine. I feel like everyone's in good spirits today. I think it'll be good.
It's friendly. I hope you have some nice people sitting around you. You'll have some friends by the end of this. Yeah. Now, you have been very organised. You brought your camping chair.
I did indeed.
What's the plan?
Well, I thought I'd sit outside and have a beer and try and sing along when I can hear what's going on inside. So I'll be joining her in spirit rather than in person.
Oh, are you going to wait till the last minute out here with Mum and then nip in?
Yeah, definitely. I think I'm going to wait a little bit longer and then go in. But yeah, they're supposed to be coming on, I think, 8:15, so nearly time.
It's quite exciting. Although, Mum, you're gonna hear the concert all right here. We're hearing it pretty well.
I think so. Yeah, that's what I'm fingers crossed for. So yeah, we're looking forward to it.
Very good. And you're gonna wait till she's out?
Oh yeah, we'll wait and then we'll hang around long enough for the train later on. So yeah,
you've got the stamina. You're going the full distance. Oh, brilliant! Well, I hope you get a ticket for another one of the nights. Enjoy it out here. Enjoy it in there.
Thank you. Glad it's dry.
Oh yeah, it's been a lovely day though, hasn't it? Great day in Cardiff. No problem. Get that chair out. I might borrow that chair. I've been standing for a while now. Okay, guys. Well, that's the atmosphere out on this side of the stadium. It's still buzzing, but town's almost cleared out, actually. There was this mass exodus of people who suddenly flooded out, kind of towards the beginning of the Richard Ashcroft set, all going in. But a few people still waiting here, only going to go in for the start of Oasis. But, oh, yeah, the fatigue's setting in for a few people here now, I think, because people have been here for hours and hours, enjoying all the build-up. But we're nearly at the big moment now, aren't we? Back to you.
Great job, Emma. Really enjoying Emma talking to all the fans in Cardiff today. Thank you so much. Great work. Right, broadcaster Rob Adcock joins us now. And we should give Rob a round of applause, everybody. Crew, because not only are you welcoming him, but also he's come from Stoke-on-Trent to just be on this show.
Just for us.
Just for you.
What a man.
People will take any excuse to get out of Stoke-on-Trent.
Legend.
Everything you've heard about it is not true.
But it's been worth it because you were saying the atmosphere outside is incredible.
Right, two reasons why I got here a little bit early. One was obviously to soak in the atmosphere, go around the pubs and all that kind of stuff to see what it's all like. But also, I heard that Ian Woan was going to be here. Obviously,
oh, right, yes. Yeah.
People missed the stream earlier on. Ian Woan, the former Nottingham Forest player. And as a Nottingham Forest fan...
Are you a Forest fan?
Oh, yeah.
Did you meet him?
No, I'm not. I'm saying that's a wonderful thing. What a season you've had.
I mean, there might have been a bit of judgment there.
No. Are you a Forest fan? I meant because you had Woney telling stories about Cloughie.
As soon as he came off air, I was hanging around to the point where I've still got a shirt from Ian Woan when he was playing. He had his name on the back of my shirt. And if I'd known, if one of you had texted me...
we could have got it signed.
Do you know, we
get a photo then?
We didn't know he was on until he appeared.
Oh, he didn't even get a photo.
I didn't get a photograph.
Oh.
We just need to do something with your microphone. Should we just sort Rob's mic out? We're going to sort your mic out, Rob. I mean, exactly. No, I think they probably...
They picked up on mine.
Picked up on Charlotte's
The gold
mic.
is not lost. Don't worry.
But yeah, we had anecdotes about Cloughie not allowing any music in the dressing room.
Yeah, it was fantastic. For people who missed it, obviously, I imagine you can watch it again at some point. But it was brilliant, and he was just one of those people where I've watched him for years and years and years. Obviously, on the football pitch, I've not been around his house, but like just to see him and it was a fantastic moment.
So hang on a second, Stoke-on-Trent, but you support Forest.
Long story. Originally from Nottingham, moved to Stoke-on-Trent because why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
And obviously that's where we went from there. But the walking around Cardiff a little bit earlier on, I got here for just after 3:30. And it was like the festival, the best festival you've ever been to that hasn't happened yet.
It's so nice out there, isn't it?
It's exactly
lovely.
And you walk around, there's not an ounce of trouble.
No.
Everyone's in a good mood. I've never seen so many brightly coloured pairs of trainers.
Exactly.
It is
so many bucket
amazing.
hats.
Yeah, exactly. I feel left out from it.
Oh my God, you can wear mine.
Later.
Jason's been wearing mine.
He's been wearing it.
Have it on if you like. Have it on for the interview if you want.
I'd love to, but my head does not suit a bucket hat. My wife
I does mine, but I've still bought it.
My wife says I look like a thumb.
Let's throw it over and just check that later.
But it's great to hear you say that about Cardiff as well, because I've been singing the praises of... I'm from here, this is my city, right? But to hear you speak so lovingly, here it goes. I like Tanny, go on then.
No, later.
Later.
My wife will be onto me straight away saying, do not put that hat on.
To hear you say that, because, you know, it is a fantastic venue. Have you been in there?
I've been... When have I been here? No, I don't think I've been. I've not been. As I said to you just before we started, we've got tickets for 2 weeks tonight. We're going to go and see them in Wembley. But it's everywhere you walk around, it's just everyone just seems so happy. It's just fantastic. It's really, really good.
Yeah, and especially because, do you remember that story about, Liam Gallagher was having a go at Edinburgh City Council for saying that basically Oasis fans are middle-aged rowdy men. So to hear that it's not like that out there is great.
I went around a lot of different pubs just to see what it was like and kind of...
All in the name of research.
Of course,
exactly.
And do you know when people say, I want to drink in the atmosphere, and you're like, yeah, all right then. Yeah. But it was just you walking around and just everyone's happy, they're smiling. I've seen a real variation of level of quality of cover. That is one thing I would say. Obviously, a lot of the bars and the clubs have got their own artists performing. Some are better than others, is what I would say. And what you're going to see in half an hour's time is obviously going to be a lot better than that.
And do you think that's because we've touched on this many aspects with all our guests today in terms of the families and the generations of, you know, Oasis fans young people who've never seen Oasis before?
Well, I'm presenting a BBC Introducing show for over 10 years, and obviously being in Stoke-on-Trent and Staffordshire and Cheshire, you see the kind of impact that has. Manchester's only, 45 minutes up the road on the train, and the kind of impact that has had, even until recently. It's not like it's one of these things where it was big a few years ago and it's kind of waned away. They've still had such a massive core of it, and even people just coming through that are like 15, 16, 17, they still just can't get enough Oasis. And I've spoken to so many people at the start of their careers that behave exactly like I imagine Liam Gallagher might have behaved at the start. And it's brilliant to see, because it's obviously that they're really passionate about it.
And do you think their comeback might inspire a whole new generation of artists?
100%. Yeah. They always will have, and they always do, and they've got so many amazing songs. And it's especially where I live, it's just one of those things that it's just passed down the generation. Like my daughter is 7 years old, and I've been playing Master Plan over and over again. Last night we were getting ready for this, watching a load of the Oasis at the BBC stuff last night, and my daughter, she's 7, she's singing along to these
singing
songs.
the songs.
That's brilliant.
Yeah. It's the tunes, they're timeless.
It really is.
What's your favourite tune?
Master Plan.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if we've got that, if our sound team have got that. If they have, they'll find it. Because what we've been doing is asking people, so Charlotte, for example,
Talk Tonight.
We played that earlier. We ended up singing.
Yeah.
So Master Plan is yours.
Brilliant.
See if our sound team have got that. If you just hear it, feel free to join in.
Maybe.
Blasting out.
We'll do it.
You went with a hat. You might as well do it. You've got to join it.
I'm not telling them don't do it.
We're going to make you wear that hat.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I've got my shoes on your sofa. My mum's going to be on at me for having my shoes up on your sofa. And we've spoken to loads of different people like Craig David, like Sir Bradley Wiggins. I imagine you both watched the programme, even if you haven't just nodded.
Yes, it's a great programme.
And the last person that we spoke to in the most recent episode is with Sir Richard Branson. Now, when you think about all these people that are lucky enough to be in here tonight, there's people from all over the world on the train in, there's so many different accents and languages being spoken. People all over the world want these tickets. And you might think to yourself, if you're Richard Branson, with your background in music and all that kind of stuff, it must be so easy to get a ticket. So I kind of broached that in a bit of a roundabout way. Really difficult questions. It can be uncomfortable for the person answering those questions, but also it can be triggering for the people that watch the interview. So you're going to have to forgive me for this question, but did you get Oasis tickets?
No, I didn't sadly get Oasis tickets. I used to be very involved in the rock business, and getting tickets was relatively easy, but it's not so easy for me today.
So if even you couldn't get tickets to Wembley, is that what you're saying?
I couldn't get tickets to Wembley.
Okay. Didn't quite get the invite to Necker. If anyone's watching, there's still time. There is still time.
Yeah, fantastic. So what do you reckon is going through the minds of Liam and Noel right now, and Bonehead, of course? 26 minutes to go.
I was thinking this earlier on. I wonder, and I've been obviously listened to what guests have been saying, I wonder if they still do get nervous, because I was at the last gig at V Festival in 2009.
Were you really?
Yeah, and it was one of those things where obviously, like, was it you saying earlier on that you don't know it's going to be the last gig?
Yeah, I was in 2009, I was in Manchester, and I didn't know they were going to break up, and then I wouldn't see them again for 16 years.
Exactly, and it was one of those things where you think to yourself, how nervous are they getting about it? Because they've done, I imagine, like one of you guys saying it wrong, they've done probably bigger gigs and things like that, but there's so much pressure on this. When the tickets went on sale, it was like Beatlemania. Like,
there has to be nerves. You just
You've
can't.
got to,
If you've not performed together for 16 years in front of a crowd like that, and you're stepping out together for the first time, and you know those are the expectations. You know people have paid loads of money. You know your family are there. Like,
you know the whole world's watching.
Everyone's watching. I don't believe that you don't have nerves in that situation.
Yeah.
It would be insane to not have any nerves.
At that level, I suppose you just channel it into your performance. Yeah. That sort of adrenaline, the excitement beforehand. What are you expecting from tonight?
It's obviously going to be fantastic.
Yeah.
As happy as I am to speak to all of you, the second it starts, I am going to shoot out.
Yeah, of course, absolutely.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
I think there are going to be people on this embankment who haven't got tickets, who are going to come and listen in.
Yeah, it's going to be for the people that are inside there, it's just going to be one of those once-in-a-lifetime things, because this is the one, as excited as we are to go and see them in 2 weeks' time, this is the one that is the first one, is it? This is the one you want to be at, so it's going to be...
It kind of sets the tone for everything, doesn't it? Yeah.
I don't know if you hear Tina and I saying, so I've been here for football games and for rugby matches and music events, and I don't think I've ever seen it so quiet at the turnstiles here. Because people are obviously thinking, oh, I'm not missing a single
They're in
second.
already.
You know, sometimes if it's a rugby game or a football game on the Speedway, people will be thinking, let's have one more drink. And they might miss the first 5 minutes or so. I've never seen it this quiet. So people have obviously decided, I'm going to be in there and can't miss it.
And also the warm-up is really good. It's Cast and
Absolutely.
Richard Ashcroft. It's
Absolutely.
not, they're really good. And it's that whole Britpop vibe, Britpop summer. People are getting into it in there.
Yeah, Cage the Elephant are part of their America tour, is it? They're going to, I'd really like to see that. That is a very geeky, very niche reference, I appreciate. But I thought, well, if people are going to be watching this, they're going to be big into music. Cage the Elephant are one of the sports acts in North America, and they were like big, late. Do you remember them, like late?
No.
Late? You do.
I know the name, but I can't sing a song.
How was it? Lay Me Down, Lay Me Down.
No.
But I imagine that we play it in a second.
Yeah.
Yes. And it's a great song, and that will be a fantastic warm-up act if you get a chance to go to America. I'm very.
Are they all sold out everywhere, basically?
Yeah, I was looking at this earlier on because we do a lot of, in my other life, we do a lot of travel / social media stuff. And I was thinking, I wonder what it's like, because I really love to go and see them in Argentina, because they're obviously massive in South America.
Yeah.
And it'd be great to go and see what that would be like. So from my research, sold out all over the place.
I think it's a total sellout. I was thinking Brazil, the last gig is Brazil. I think we should do this in Brazil for the last gig.
Yeah.
Take the sofa on tour.
I can't leave Stoke twice.
I would be very up
to
for
Rio.
What a great idea.
It's a great idea.
Should we try and get a decision out of the BBC tonight?
Yeah. Send anyone very late at night.
Welcome to
News Channel viewers, yes,
Hello,
welcome.
News Channel.
They are with us now. We are counting down to probably one of the biggest music gigs of all time.
Yes.
Would you say, not an overstatement? Emma Vardy is with the fans. Emma.
Getting closer and closer now, aren't we, to that massive comeback moment. Soon we're going to be hearing the sounds out here of Oasis playing live, coming out of that stadium.
We got this.
As you can tell, everyone's excited. The people are just still going in, although most people are inside the stadium now. But I've been chatting to people out here who are still hoping to get tickets, just hoping for a last-minute bit of luck. And, of course, people who are actually coming to tomorrow's concert, who are soaking up the vibes today. Let's just go find a couple of them. Here's my friends from Spain and Italy, I think. Hey, guys.
Hi.
I promised I'd come back to you.
Yes, you did.
Right, so tell me where you're all from.
Italy and Santander in Spain.
Spain.
Yeah.
Right. And you haven't got tickets for today,
Not
but
today.
for tomorrow.
For tomorrow, yes.
Right. How
Yes.
much are you looking forward to it?
Very much so. I was here 20 years ago, so I'm very looking forward to tomorrow.
Were you to see Oasis or?
Yeah, 2005, no confusion.
How different will it be now? How do you think it's going to feel?
We're all older, so hopefully more civilized. But yeah.
We've aged well. Come on, good moisturiser. How big are Oasis in Spain and Italy then?
Very big in Italy. They came a few times over the years, so it was always crowded. So I cannot speak for Spain, but I'm pretty much.
Yeah, it's really big for Spain. Yeah, true. But everyone knows the Wonderwall song. So.
Brilliant. What's your favourite song? What are you looking forward to hearing?
I would say Live Forever, probably. Yeah.
Me too.
Anthem, isn't it? Absolute anthem. Yeah. Okay, well, look, you felt the vibes from outside today. Tomorrow you get to see the real thing. Yes. Enjoy it. You get a sneak preview today, but get an early night. Save yourselves for tomorrow. Right. Enjoy it. All right, thank you so much for talking to us. Okay, let's go this way. Now, we've done Spain, Italy. I've also made a few friends from Canada. Let me see if I can find them. Just finding people's kind of tricky. Here they are. They promised they'd stay for me. Hey guys, I made it back to you.
Oh yes. Hey.
Have you found tickets yet?
We have not found tickets yet. No. I don't think the musical gods are with us this evening, but we remain ever hopeful. And you know what? Honestly, just to hear a spare chord float from Principality Stadium would be enough for us tonight.
If the wind goes in the right direction, we're hearing it. It's good enough for us, right?
I think that's where we're at right now.
Yeah. So you're from Canada, right?
Yeah, we're from Toronto.
Right.
Yeah, I'm from Toronto as well, but I've been living in Glasgow for 2 years studying music, actually.
Right.
Yeah.
And how big are Oasis in Canada then?
Really big. I mean, we grew up in the 90s, so this is the band for us. So I think they're huge. I don't know.
Well,
I think they're huge, but they never really cracked North America quite the way that they had cracked Europe and the rest of the world. But I mean, the fans that they do have in North America are hugely devoted. So you'll see that, I think, when they come over, later in the summer.
Yeah, they just kept having these fallouts at the wrong time, didn't they? Just imagine if they'd just been able to get on. So, you say the 90s, and this has been such a big day of nostalgia for people hearing that music. What memories does it bring back for you when you hear the big Oasis tracks?
Okay, so for me, it's like going to my friend's house after school and putting in the cassette tape, and like just screaming out the lyrics. And then later, when I was older, I worked at a summer camp, and we would just jam out their songs around the campfire. So
I was trying to think if I could remember the chords to Wonderwall, because me and a million other people learned Wonderwall on the guitar. But it's good you said cassette tape, because I used to play them on a cassette tape as well, and like rewind, pause to get to the right song. What memories does it bring back for you? What was the era like for you?
What doesn't? First girlfriend, first breakup.
My heart breaks.
But then, getting married and playing Oasis at your wedding.
Did you? It wasn't your walk down the aisle song, was it?
It wasn't, but actually, the song that I chose was "Don't Look Back in Anger" because I thought that that song should set the tone for the marriage.
Philosophical.
Right? Yeah. But I mean, when you think about music is the soundtrack of my life, and no band has contributed more to that soundtrack than this band.
Yeah. Well, what do you think of the atmosphere in Cardiff? Like, how have you enjoyed the day here?
This is my first time here. It's so much fun. It reminds me of just really major events. Like, I was really lucky enough to be in Chicago when they won the series, and everybody just became a Cubs fan. So it's kind of like that. Like, everybody's an Oasis fan right now, and no matter if you're going to the concert,
get the hat on.
If you're going to the concert or not, it doesn't matter because we're all in this together.
You've gone for the merch. You've gone for the T-shirt.
Yes.
I heard the T-shirts are selling pretty well. People have gone for tambourines. I've got to get myself a tambourine before we leave here. Are you going to stay till the bitter end? How much stamina have you got in you?
I wouldn't call it a bitter end. This is all bittersweet. But yeah, I want to see if we can just kind of hear that mad rush when the band comes on. Maybe we'll go off for a pint. But I'd love to see just what happens when the gates come pouring out and these people here, first time in 16 years, they've heard this music ring out. And, I'd just love to see the reactions on their faces.
And don't concerts always do that thing where they keep the volume a bit lower for the support acts? And then when the main act comes on, there's like an extra, it goes up to 11 on the volume control or something. We're going to hear something.
I'm guessing Liam Gallagher would not have it any other way. So
right, yeah.
that's
He's got to be the loudest. Yeah. He's got to be the loudest. All right, guys. Well, thank you for chatting to us. Enjoy the atmosphere. Enjoy the rest of the evening. So there you go. Even if you can't get a ticket, it's still a good vibe out here. Everyone's having a good time, and not long to go now. And we're going to hear Oasis blasting out of that roof. Even though it's closed, I think we're going to enjoy it out here too.
Emma, fantastic stuff. Thank you very much indeed. Brilliant job from Emma today on Westgate Street. Yeah. Absolutely amazing. Right, Tim Abbott joins us now, a man who needs no introduction. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to hold this up, right? This is a prop, right? Okay? And this is a prop. This is a jacket. Now, if Oasis aficionados out there might be able to text in on the WhatsApp number, can you tell us what is the significance of this jacket? We'll give, what do you think? Give our viewers about 5 minutes to get in touch?
5 minutes.
What's the significance of this jacket, okay? It's branded. Am I allowed to give the brand away? I think
Chevignon.
I can. Chevignon jacket. It has got historic Oasis significance, but can you tell us what it is? You've got 5 minutes, okay?
Cool.
5 minutes.
You can
Great
give
to see
us
you,
some
Tim.
clues
Good to see you
now.
guys.
Yeah, great to see you.
Thank you very much.
Where did the connection with Oasis start?
Well, with a minute to go, the whole country's like bugging it. I met them in 1993.
Yeah.
I first heard of them about 2 hours after Alan, who I worked with, had fallen out of King Tut's, and he went, "I'd eat, man. I think we'd eat at the neck," because we were always bankrupt or scratching along. He said they're a cross between the Beatles, the Stones, and Sex Pistols. I was like, "Alan, it's like 3:40, mate. I'll go to bed." Anyway, I met him Thursday, and next week the kid came down with Bonehead, and he just walked in, and that was it. I just went, "Wow."
Did you know straight away?
Yeah, just walked in like like a caged leopard. I had a quick look around everywhere, and wasn't bothered about the deal we were all talking about. It just, and he got this kind of 18 quid Millets jacket on. I think now he wears like a £5,000 CP company.
Yeah. But the same swagger.
But he had the swagger and the look, and that was it. And that's why he's the kid. He could turn up in a brown paper bag and still look groovy.
And so what happened after that point?
We signed them.
Right.
They wanted to sign for us, or we wanted them. I think that we'd had a party the week before, and I'd, for some reason, being the MD, I'd written Northern Ignorance on the ceiling. Why not? And Noel saw that and he went, "What's that all about?" And the receptionist said, "Oh, we had a party the other week," and Tim scrawled that on the ceiling. It was a take from The Beautiful South, their album, Beautiful.
Yeah.
So Heaton had a hat with Beautiful South, Northern Ignorance.
Yeah.
And so we took that as a bit of a slogan, and I think the meeting lasted 15 minutes. We went to the pub for 3 hours.
Good meeting.
That's how creation.
But you saw it straight away, though, Tim. You saw it. So
I had the demo for 3.
Alan was bang on when he said what he'd heard that night in Glasgow was basically going to be groundbreaking and basically sell records by the truckload.
Well, truckload. That's kind of. We thought we were going to sell about 60,000.
Really?
Yeah, because that's the size of an indie album then. And we just had Screamadelic and just gone gold.
Yeah.
And
which is an amazing record.
So yeah, Screamadelica was the first big 90s foundation, which is a Croatian thing. And then obviously Definitely Maybe and Morning Glory are the other 2 Keystone albums, aren't they?
Mm.
But to sell 100,000 was a hard thing, and this is actually probably the rarest gold album out. Because it's only for 100,000, and we shipped that. We'd actually sold that before anybody could buy it. So we'd shipped gold, so we knew we were on a winner. And there's loads of shenanigans when you look back, but to sell 100,000 records then was great for us.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And I think we forget, like looking back, just how stratospheric their rise was. I mean, they were playing to not that many people initially, and then within 18 months they were just up there.
It was catch up, really. I think for the nucleus of people involved, there was the band camp, blokes like Phil Smith, Coyley, then there was Marcus and the Ignition team, our creation team, the Pluggers, but maybe no more than 20, 30. Then you could double that from maybe 30 journalists and what do you call it? Entourage.
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
And that was that little mob, and it was a closed shop, and it did just go crazy, and I was saying earlier on to a lady that when the Guardian and the Daily Telegraph started writing these philosophical things about these 2 lads from Burnage and kind of waxing lyrical about their social content in the songs. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. They're going to be massive. Because we crossed into tabloids quickly, into the colour magazines, and then, the kid became this fashion icon, And
he still is, for many people. We've been saying all afternoon, name us a frontman who looks as good in a Parker. That boy can rock a jacket.
Well, the great the Parker Monkey debate. I think Noel said he's done more for kind of military clothing than anybody really. But I loved him having his own label, because when he came in, I remember we were in Monmouth, Rockfield, and I went out for a walk with him once, and he went, Abbott, come here. And I don't know if you remember the high street retailer, Dunn & Co. It's where your granddad got his allotment gear from.
Oh,
right, okay.
Absolute, are you being served?
In Ireland, it's Dunn's. Is it the same place
Dunn's,
in Ireland?
Yeah,
it's Dunn's.
And I went, what are you doing going in there, man? That's an old man's shop here. Oh, no. And he went to these Velcro corduroy-like shoes, about $11.99. And I bought a pair, because they were just stunning.
Yeah.
And he just got that eye.
Yeah.
And so we sat around, check my corduroy old person's shoes out. So he got it, man.
So
He got
it's
it.
that, isn't it? It's the magic formula.
Yeah.
Yes, the songs are fantastic, but it's the attitude, it's the swagger, it's how he looked, the songwriting, the fact that they're brothers, and then all of the stuff, you know, the falling out and then getting back together. That's all part of it.
I think what I always liked about their rise was how easy they took to celebrity. And because we went up against the three tenors, we definitely maybe, I don't know if there was £1 million spend. And Croatian, we were always skin. And I got 60 grand to market it, so it was a mil versus 60 grand. But we worked out that the tabloids would, if we made something up, they'd write about it. You know, he got the front page for having his haircut once. Hold the front page, Liam's having his haircut. But we got acres and acres and acres of free advertising.
Yeah, the Sun and the Mirror, they absolutely loved Oasis, didn't they?
Yeah, well, you got to laugh, haven't you? And Andrew Coulson and Piers Morgan both ran the pop pages.
Yeah.
So we were playing them off against each other. They thought they were playing us, but we were going like, oh, another 3 pages in the tabloids. And we kind of outspun the three tenors, which is just the rest.
The Blur v Oasis.
Yeah.
Right, you know, which us as fans, we lapped it up and we were all going, yeah, we're all Oasis over here.
Yeah.
And you got the feeling that when we look back now, you were all just laughing at the whole situation. You were all, you know, it even made the 6 o'clock news, didn't it?
Come on.
Wasn't it like the first or the second story on the 6 o'clock news?
And news nights.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, which is the classic. If you want to know the background of that, why we kind of lost but won the war. Noel never did second formats. So back in the day, you could have a 7-inch, 12-inch MC cassettes, CD1, CD2. So sometimes you could have 5 formats, and the chart shows would change what was. So you're always trying to keep up with what. But Noel insisted that you won't have people paying twice for his form. We never remixed his songs or whatever, but he never wrote a duff song. His B-sides would be strong enough for most people.
Amazing.
That's what we've been talking about all day, yeah.
To ship a career, you know.
Yeah.
You know, lucky we had an incident where we got lost in Las Vegas for a week when he had a bit of a what's it all about moment. And we went out and talked it all through and got back to Austin, got the band back together. And he went and wrote Halfway Round the World and Talk Tonight. Well, most people would have 5 careers out of that.
Yeah.
You put them on the B-side.
Yeah, yeah.
And then he said,
To
have you got sturdy shoes?
that level of
That's what a sturdy shoe can do in that situation.
It made us famous in a way. Maybe today.
I've got my sturdy shoes on. Nothing's going to stop me now, guys. Been nuked, but I'm
Well, I think back to that how easy they sail
to
through
it.
celebrity. I remember I was managing Robbie, and we were in the Versace show in '95, and Liam was with Patsy, and they just jumped up from nowhere. And the famous thing where Liam pinches the guy's bum, one of the models, which is hilarious, and Johnny Versace just goes, amazing, amazing, and just grabs Liam, and they walk down the thingy, whatever. So later that night, we're back in our room, and Tupac Shakur's there, the Tupac Shakur, going out with Quincy Jones, his daughter, and then Donatella Versace comes in, and a few of the things. And there's Liam just there, holding court. I think he's about 22, 23, and he's just, hello, yeah, what's going on then? Yeah. And I play the demos of Morning Glory. We just had some monitor mixes. And Tupac's there, you know, having a blunt and whatever, and we're all sitting there, and you go, hey man, who's this? This is amazing. And it's actually Wonderwall. And I go, it's that guy there, it's his new demos. And he goes like, wow, you sang this? And he went, what's it to do with you?
Wow.
What's it to do with you?
Yeah.
To Tupac. It was just stuff like that, man. He was just, and he was taking the mickey, but he was fronting Tupac out. Do you know what I mean? It's just, and that cheeky
Cheers, big ears. Subscribe. Please subscribe and hit the like button. I do this shit for you. I thought you were touching my leg then. $31,000. Come on! Come on, boy! Okay? 35,000 people. Yeah! Come on, boy. For the live show. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy! Look at that. Look, what great! Yeah! Smash a thumbs up! Smash a thumbs up and subscribe, baby!
I see you still on the phone now again.
I got 63,000 people. 63,000. A live trip. Yeah, boy. together.
Come on, let's turn around. Hold each other in the arms, do the closet in this tune. Come on, it's easy. You don't need GCSEs, man. Turn around. Every single one of you, turn around. Put your arms over each other, like you love each other. Come on.
I'm live streaming.
And then when the sweet comes, you jump up and fucking down. Easy.
What? Yeah, boy.
Oh, I see.
get prepared, it's
Yeah, boy! Yeah, boy!
Do I have gossip for you? If you go back to slide 3, yeah, revenue for last year looks a little bit off. This really isn't for our team. Yeah, this is more of a marketing issue. Good morning, team. How's everyone doing? Good, let's just jump into it. Yeah, no, I have a standing desk. Yeah, no, I'm better than you. So Grammarly has been a game changer for me. It's an AI writing partner that helps me improve my communication, saves me time, and helps me get my work done. Additionally, Grammarly adapts to the audience I'm writing to and understands the context so I can get work done in a few clicks, not a few hours, and feel confident in the quality of my writing.
Hey, did I approve this time off?
Can't chill? Maybe you just need a Snickers ice cream. With creamy ice cream, crunchy nuts, and gooey caramel.
At the radio station, Hammond dragged us straight into a planning meeting with the show's rather nervous-looking producers.
Fill this in. So if we come out at the top of the hour here, you've got news, and then you've got sport, and then you've got weather.
Hold on a minute, it just says story there. What story?
So these are items throughout your programme.
Yeah, so we've got to think of things to talk about.
On the day we did this show, there was certainly no shortage of material. John Prescott, for instance, had been caught with his trousers down.
Is this not the single most amazing story ever?
And Charles Clarke had lost 1,000 immigrants. So what?
Me, I remember, so the first introduction to Oasis was this. In about early '94, I remember seeing someone wearing a Definitely Maybe t-shirt and thinking, I've heard about this band. I've heard something. And then one Friday night, got in from where I'd been, turned the telly on, The Word, and I saw this song.
How important was The Word then?
I mean,
Joe Wiley.
Joe, what a first radio appearance way back
think you're
then,
right,
which
yeah.
I didn't realise.
If we could get a band on The Word within
Yeah.
our marketing matrix, let's say,
Yeah.
we were there, and I remember we got Primal Scream on, and guess who the other band was? Public Enemy.
Really?
It was so influential, that show.
Yeah, yeah.
And Joe was before she went to the Beeb, was the head of music there.
Was she?
Of The Word.
Such a legend.
That is legend,
Yeah,
you know, that
she
was
is.
her pedigree.
Yeah.
And I knew her husband, Steve. We used to call him the glamorous plugger. And because he was just a handsome dude, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he ended up with Joe. And she was just so influential.
Yeah.
And a lovely woman to be.
And still is. And actually, she did a special Oasis show yesterday on Radio 2. So, you know, if you want to keep getting your Oasis,
Yeah.
hits, you can listen back to that on BBC Sound.
Should we tell you what's been going on?
Yes, please do.
So on the BBC Live text, Mark Savage says, hands in the air as Oasis play comeback gig. That's a headline. The crowd is rocking in Cardiff's Principality Stadium. People can be seen holding their hands in the air, some sitting on their shoulders as Oasis play on the stage in front of them, and more pictures being sent out by PA Media as well. You'll see these no doubt online, social media, and dare I say it, in the newspapers. Remember them? Remember newspapers?
Oh, those old. chip paper.
And there's the picture. It looks absolutely fantastic. And the other thing I should say about when the roof is closed in there, saying to Tina early on, I saw Coldplay in there about 4 years ago.
Okay.
Roof was open, and it was a wonderful summer's evening. So it had a real festival vibe. But when the roof is closed, it's quite dark in there.
Oh, really?
So it's a prop. It feels like a massive indoor arena.
Right.
You know, so it's. So you can see it looks like an indoor venue, doesn't it?
Yeah,
From the pictures I'm
more
showing
like
you
an
now.
American venue.
Yeah.
Down,
So you'll see these. By the way, if you want to look at any of those pictures, whilst you might have us on in the background, you might be having your Friday night takeaway. These pictures are online now, so you can have a look on the live text. On the BBC News website. PA Media are filing these pictures.
We had a comment that there is some when Adidas dropped their commercial. Woo. Everybody.
I did spot them.
Thank you. The golf shoes. I'm just old. I'm an old retired kid, really. When that dropped, we wrote a thing on our site, just going, "Hang on, this is bigger than the sum of the parts now," and there was a genuine excitement. And when we used to, when you're managing pop bands or whatever, when you get great video, and you take it to, it gets an ad at MTV, and then you see a bit of work go out. Goose pimple band. That Adidas thing to me just got me goose pimples back up. And it seemed like for about 48 hours, and the kid came back to our blog, and he went, "Biblical, our kid," and you know I'm biblical because he'd obviously been to news or whatever. And he was like, "This is like a royal wedding or." It's a big event, and when Geraint, that's the one. Who I thought was a cyclist actually, for somebody winding me up.
Yeah, he has got the same name, Geraint Thomas.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly the same as the Tour de France winner.
And I went
yeah. Geraint Thomas, who grew up around here.
Yeah. And he also made an appearance on air tonight.
Oh yes, he did. Yeah, our Geraint, legend.
Producer,
walked in front of a camera and told us what to do next. We were like, "We're on air, Gar."
Yeah. The lengths people go to to get on telly. I'm only joking. He's the engine behind this.
Said what he was doing. And it's like, wow, the BBC, they're this behind it. It just told me just how important this band is to Britain, because your mandate is to represent Britain.
Absolutely right.
And it's a cultural landmark moment. And how do you, if you know this is happening, it's a moment in history and you want to be a part of it, this is what this is.
They're doing Roll With It, by the way.
Great.
As you were chatting then, I think I can hear Roll With It.
There was a great point you got there, Tina, in a way, because when the tabloids picked up on them, rock and roll hadn't been a cultural touchstone in British culture really since the 60s. Punk had a little flash with the Sex Pistols. They could write about Sex Pistols. It kind of wasn't a movement per se. And the 80s, you know, I a brummie, well, a black country bloke, but I used to go to the Rum Runner, big friends with Duran Duran and all that. They had a little bit of glimmer, but nothing gets...
With Spandau Ballet as well, wasn't it? There was that early 80s.
Yeah. But nothing as big as these two blokes have pulled that off, really. And it was lovely put that was, you know, I can't be as eloquent, but they are this cultural touchstone of rock and roll. And, you know, the interesting thing is Black Sabbath is playing, is it tomorrow, Ben?
Villa Park, isn't it?
Yeah.
Tomorrow. Yeah.
He saw the lads out of Metallica, and I know the drummer was a big fan, Mars, massive fan of Oasis. He used to come to the early gigs. Every time we're in New York, you know, Lars had come to the Irish pub after.
Guys, please.
Please off it. If we can get enough gifts, I'll buy them another ticket out street tomorrow. $2.2 million already. Thank you. I can't even say how much I appreciate this, guys. Thank you. $2.3 million. That's gone up so fast. Thank you so much. Fucking hell, I am actually, like, I'm shaking. I'm fucking shaking. Wow. This is what I've been looking forward to. To leave this city. So town don't sound too pretty, and I can hear the morning sign. And if I leave this city, I can feel the morning sign. people I've got in my life.
Step off the train alone at dawn, back to the hole.
We're nearly at 4 million likes. We're nearly at 4 million likes. Keep liking, guys. Get us to 4 million.
All the Charlotte churches here now singing, helping us along here now.
Woo!
This one's called Stand By Me.
Woo! Keep liking for this song. Thank you. Love you guys, thank you. Get me to 100 subscribers. Yes.
What's happening?
What's happening? Money.
You alright? Yeah, we having a good time, yeah? Was it worth the £40,000 you paid for the ticket?
Paid a lot. £500 we paid each for a ticket. Love you guys, thank you. I don't even know you, but I love you. This is biblical. Oh, fucking tune! 6 million likes, thank you!
This is the last one, rock and roll star.
going to come back on. Nearly 2k gifters. Nearly 2k gifters. You fucking legends. Thank you. I can't believe it. Thank you. Here we go. To 8 billion likes.
Thank you very much.
Woo!
Would you like to give me again on the guitar?
Woo!
Mr. Randy Bell on the bass guitar.
Woo!
Our 14th drummer, Mr. Joey Walker. And this fucking uber legend here.
Million likes. Fucking love you.
We've kept this shit going for the last fucking 20 years. The song's called A Masterful.
Hey, let's go! Get me to 10 million likes. million likes. We can do it. Love you guys. 2K gifters. Holy shit. Love you guys. Thank you so much. They're gonna come out. Ah! And it's the end. Here we go. Today's gonna be the day that they're gonna throw back to you. By now, we should have somehow realized what he knows to do. I don't want you now. Backbeat, the weather's on the street, then the fire in your heart is out. I'm sure you heard it all before, but you never really had it out. I don't believe anybody feels the way I do about you now. And all the roads we had to walk for one thing. That's fucking iconic! But I don't know how. 'Cause maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me. And after all, you're my Today's gonna be the day when they never throw it back to you. By now, you should have somehow realized what you got to do. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now. When all the lies we had to wear are winding, and all the lies that like the way you're blinding. There are many things that I'd like to say to you, but I don't know how. Woo! I'll say it. You're gonna be the one that saves me. And after all, you're my Holy shit! Love you guys!
This is it. Nice one for putting up with us over the years.
I'm sorry if it's overexposed.
Champagne Supernova.
Love you guys, thank you.
as well. They like them too.
We're going. Right, everyone's leaving.
Only one person could get away with that, though.
Well, yes, exactly. Sarah's in Norfolk, been watching the show all afternoon and evening, looking forward to seeing the band live at Eaton Park again and again at Wembley. First time I will ever get to see the guys perform together. Alex is in Middlesbrough, going to see Oasis at Wembley on the 3rd of August, my 6th time. I'm going with my 2 sons who are 19 and 21, who are both massive fans now. Love that so many families are going together.
Amazing. I just thought, LG, life's good.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Life's good, yes.
Look at that set list that's on our screen,
Amazing.
Tim. I mean, can you think? I mean, let's put this in context. In terms of bands, in terms of artists that we know and we love. I mean, what a set list there. Can that be matched? I mean, yes, we talk about the Stones.
Can't be
you know, when you go to see Paul McCartney when he does the Beatles tunes, his solo stuff and Wings, that is right up there. But look at that. I mean, what?
Amazing.
I mean, everyone's an anthem.
Look at the last 3.
Yeah.
Don't
Look at the pictures of the crowds leaving.
Champagne
And I wonder,
Supernova.
is that to get trains home? I mean...
May well be.
Is that the last song, though? I think that was Champagne
that-
Supernova. I presume that must be the last one.
Yes, okay. So we're 13 minutes past 10. We expected them to finish at about 10:30.
We expected them 10:30, yeah.
We did, so but that's 23 tracks.
Yeah, because that was Champagne Supernova, yeah. So
Yeah,
maybe
so you're right.
Maybe that is the last track.
That is it. It is all done. History
all done by 10:30.
has been made.
We were hoping Boff would make it by 10:30.
Yes, I know.
He's going to get out and go, oh, they're all gone home.
Yeah.
So I think the consensus, they were mad for it. They rocked
were.
Manchester.
Yeah.
I've been reading a few of the reviews.
They're coming out big time.
In the newspapers, and they've been good. They said it. You know, it's been fantastic.
What a set list.
What a set list.
When Champagne Supernova started, it was just twilight. Now it's dark. So it's as if they've actually choreographed it to the sun going down.
Yeah.
To a T, absolutely.
Yeah.
What do you think when it comes to Rob's set lists? What's comparable in rock and roll history?
It's not in history.
Yeah,
obviously a big one.
yeah.
But like recent bands now that you're looking at some of the other people that are around doing things. Look at 1975. I'm not in any way before anyone jumps. I'm in no way saying that 1975 are on par with Oasis before we go any further. But you look at those. They obviously headlined at the weekend at Glastonbury, and it'd be unfair to compare the 1975 who haven't had the career that Oasis had, etc., etc. But they're one of the big bands of now, if you want to go down that way. And the songs that Oasis got, it's like you've been saying already, mentioned up earlier on as everyone streams away behind us. It's the songs that get passed down the generation.
Yeah.
It's the difference of people where top end of the Oasis audience that might be first time round, probably be mid-50s, something like that watch them first time round. But then there'll be kids in there as young as third
and Noel
generation.
referenced that because he said this one's for all the people in their 20s who've never seen us before and kept it all going. I told you Chen said like Oasis. So the fact that he made a direct, he did. He made a direct reference to people in their 20s being there.
Lovely. Right.
It's one of those things that you never thought was going to happen again. It's been going on for such a long time. Every couple of years it'd be, are they going to do it? Are they going to come back? Are they not going to come back? And you never were sure if it was actually going to happen. So for it to happen and it'd be tonight here in Cardiff.
And it's also
Special
that,
moment.
you know, he's a dad, that uncool dad
Yeah.
thing. If you've got teenagers, you're probably thinking, you know, if we come back, yes, the old school fans, but are the younger generation really going to be into us?
But if you look at the style and what people are wearing now, if you look at the picture behind just where you are now with Noel and Liam Gallagher, what they're wearing, and you see like what the trends are now, when it comes to fashion, you just know you're going to. 90s fashion is obviously big at the moment, but like you're going to see so much more of it over the next couple of weeks and months. It's that kind of alternative Manchestery football crowd, which
they look fantastic. That's that image that you can see on the set list there, which is in our studio as well. It's a really powerful, strong image, isn't it?
Yeah.
They look fantastic, don't they?
Yeah. David Bailey did a shoot for Tatler about 96, 97. I took him round to his studio in Clerkenwell, and there's a great story. And he ended up with a shot like that, and it's the famous one with their nose to nose like that.
Yeah.
And they weren't getting on, and Bailey had set up this great room, and and his assistant was there, and he went, "Oi, they don't get on very well, do they?" I went, I said, "Yeah, they're a bit renowned for that." He went, "Right." He put 2 stools out, got them sitting on the stools, and said, "Put your noses like that," and they went, and he just nipped round
and took that shot
with his Olympus. And I thought, well, when we going to start the shoot? And he's gone, "I've done it," and he got a shot like that, and you know, they just got that pretty quick.
Yeah.
I don't think they were, because it's. I was just looking at Noel there, like, cheer up, man.
It's not that bad.
See, we can't see this. You're looking at that image, and you've been looking at it for a long time. We've got our backs to it.
Great.
The same one that we've got on screen, actually, is what you're looking at with the set list.
You look at all those people now that are streaming out that gig. All those people are, for the next couple of weeks, it's all they're going to be talking about. And there'll be loads of people here that are going to other gigs, and it'll always get compared to back to this one. But all those people will go to work on Monday, or they'll go and see the mates tomorrow, and it's going to be the main topic of conversation. And it's that kind of thing that you don't really kind of comprehend when it's happening. It's when you go back and you think, this is going to be, there'll be some people in here, this is their first gig.
I think that, I was just about to interject that this is I was there at Cardiff.
100%.
Now I feel a bit guilty going, I'm not going to Wembley.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, just great, isn't it?
And if it is your first gig, I mean, there's zero movement, there's no dancers, there's no pyrotechnics or anything.
Yeah.
Like, so that's quite unique in itself.
It was quite a stripped down show, wasn't it, really? Quite basic and that, and I think...
But they carry it.
Do you think they would have done that on purpose to make the point of we don't need all the pyrotechnics?
It's interesting that the Liam John Squire thing as well was really pared down, and I think, you're probably right there. There seems this conscious thing about you coming for the music, our songs are strong enough.
Yeah.
You know,
we don't need it all.
Yeah, Coco the Clown swinging it on a...
And I wonder, I mean, we're going to get Mark Savage, the BBC's music correspondent, is inside there. He's going to zip over here and we'll get his review. But I wonder if, you know, we've been hearing it from what you're hearing now at home, how their voices held up.
Yeah.
Well, let's hope so. They've got another 6 months.
Well, Noel's voice sounded amazing on Don't Look Back in Anger.
Oh, yeah.
And wonderful. But also, Liam apparently sang, we're just getting this from our production team, Liam apparently sang, "There are many things I'd like to say to you, but I don't speak Welsh." Which is very clever. Very good.
Well, he used to change the lyrics when he, you know, I like 2 sugars in my tea. That was like, he'd often drop a sentence in and whatever. And
A couple of bands and artists on that Wales and Welsh theme.
Yeah.
Only saying this because I saw it happen. Michael Stipe came out in 2003, something like that, and he walked out.
Wow.
He walked out with a Wales rugby shirt.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Came and did Orange Crush with the Wales rugby shirt.
Right.
Taylor Swift spoke a bit of Welsh last year.
Okay.
Because it's a very passionate kind of like. There's probably a big Welsh contingent there who would have really appreciated that as well.
Just remember, I did the marketing for Cast's first album, so a little shout out for Cast right at the beginning.
Yeah, John was here earlier. He had a little chat.
Little Johnny. Nice, great guys.
Yeah, he popped in.
I got called in after I left Creation, and they go like, "What do you think?" And because he was from the Lars as well, and there's a lot, just great Scouse-ness.
Yeah.
It's been difficult coming on at 6 though.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think there was a crowd in there for them.
Yeah.
Who went in there for them.
So it's great, isn't it?
Yeah.
I always think when you've done something like this, whenever you watch like an artist that might have just performed at like Pyramid Stage at Glastonbury, what do you do now? Like once you've just come off there, you must have so much energy thrown through you. How do you even begin to try and calm down?